Garfield Mario thing is really weird and specific. Like, they both have really distinct voices that are nowhere near Chris Pratt's regular voice.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure I'm sure Bill Murray and whoever, I don't know the name of the guy who voices Mario. I'm sure they don't talk like those characters already.
No, they don't. Bill Murray's voice is literally just his own voice for Garfield, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Just a little more relaxed, like Garfield-esque. I guess that makes sense.
Garfield-esque voice. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's very strange.
Yeah, I can't remember Mario's voice actor either.
I know I've seen him before.
I've
I've
heard
seen,
his name
yeah.
so many times. It's gonna pop up to me eventually. I'm not gonna look it up though. Anyways, no, he doesn't sound like that at all. He voiced. I'm trying to remember if he voiced Alduin or Parthenax in Elder Scrolls.
Anyways, are
Either
you
way, he played a big badass fucking dragon.
Wait, which in one of those two games?
No, in in Skyrim, Mario's voice actor either played Parthenax or Alduin, and he was
I'm sure a mod exists somewhere where it's Mario as the dragon then, cuz
Hello.
yeah.
It's gotta exist. I know there's Thomas the Tank Engine mods for it.
Oh my god, there's Thomas the Tank Engine mods for basically any game.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, are you ready for this?
Let's do it. Let's see how long it takes for us to find the dead body of your friend.
Yep. I'm so excited. Oh, can we before we
So
start?
excited.
I'm so excited. I wonder what's inside my neighbor's house.
You walk into her house, go up to her bedroom door. So excited.
I wonder what's inside. Oh my god, I'm already excited for this, but also like dreading it. But before we actually start, I want to say that I did not really have lunch before this, and I was like, what do I eat? What do I eat? There's no food in this house. There's no like quick food in this house. What do I do? What am I gonna have? And I saw an apple. That would have been smart. I think we might have apples. I should tell my mom to get apples. The whole thing, the reason I was even in the kitchen, because I probably would have forgotten, was because she went to the store.
The only reason I was in the kitchen was because they're in my walls. I don't want to be in my room anymore.
They're in, cause Holden lives in my walls, and I hate the feeling of being watched sometimes.
You see, the problem is, he put up a painting in his room that I could easily poke the eyes out of, and that's honestly just on him.
That's on me. Don't ever have a painting with eyes in it. The point is, I went in the fridge, I looked, and I saw a container containing 2 ribs, and it was like the end pieces. So I don't know. The bones were funky.
Munch, crunch.
The point is, I threw them in the microwave. I'm like, it'll be fast, whatever. I don't even care. I doused them in sauce, and I went, and I never felt like more of a carnivore or like a disgusting human being. And I was making such a mess, and I was freaking out because I was like, oh, I gotta be there on time. And
The sauce boss.
the sauce boss, yeah. Oh, I saw that. I saw it, and also before we start, I know I'm dragging it out so much. I saw this video of the guy who like sucks up the little yogurt, or not yogurt, God, Jello tube thing. He goes and he goes and he like spits it out. And all I could think of was those two. I don't know what it's on. These 2 people fighting in some comment section somewhere, where they go, "Obama's the throat goat." They're like, "No, Donald Trump is the throat goat." You're.
Remember that.
I love that conversation. Okay, but let's get started. Are you ready?
Wait, I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Damn, bro. Did the Simpsons predict that? Did they predict you having sex with your mom? I don't think they did.
I don't think so. Oh my god, I watched a video about how fake all that Simpsons stuff was, and I was like, yeah, to be expected. TBH. Anyways, I've been getting increasing. Oh my god.
Oh, that's right. We don't even get to see
Sayori until Monday.
Yuri. We have to deal with Yuri.
We don't even get to see her until Monday. Oh my god. I've been getting increasingly excited. Oh my god.
Anxious or excited, either one is a appropriate answer.
Same thing, different context. By the way, I never checked the sound on this. I'm sure it's fine, but...
Oh, I don't hear it anyways.
What happened?
The stream, I just never hear it.
Oh, okay. Well...
I can check the actual, like, stream right now.
Oh, it's good. It's good. We have sound. I've been getting increasingly anxious about Yuri's upcoming visit. Yeah, I read English. I keep telling myself there's no reason to be nervous, but it doesn't help much. Yuri is clearly an introvert and also an intimate person in general. There's no doubt that she'll open up a little bit when it's just the two of us. Meanwhile, we've been texting occasionally. Ooh.
Sending memes.
Sending memes. Sending funnies,
sends, like,
mayhaps.
She sends some, like, old Minion Impact font meme, and then you just send, like a breast.
She sends Impact font meme. I return it with what's the name of all the troll faces? There's an actual name for them. Is it Rage Comics?
Yeah, Rage Comics.
I sent some Rage Comics in return.
The Schizo Rage Comics?
Yes. She was extremely apprehensive at first, but it wasn't long before I was already learning more about her. But putting Yuri aside, I haven't heard a thing, oh my god, from Sayori since she left the club early the other day. That's weird. It's not like we text each other all the time or anything, but I've been worried about her in the back of my mind. Me too. Between what Sayori said and what Monica said. Is it really okay for me to put Sayori's feelings aside when she might need me? Oh no.
Oh, we do have to deal with it. I have Stoutland at the ready.
Yeah, let me make sure my things are working.
So what, you just press like a hotkey and then Stoutland instantly pops up?
Ideally. Or maybe it doesn't work and I get flagged and the stream goes down.
Watch the stream real quick and have you test it?
I have it up right now. Well, I always have it up on my phone because that's where I used to read chat before I had this.
Mhm.
Stoutland works. Let me take it down. Yeah, I have a key to bring it up and a key to take it down. Are we ready?
Yeah.
I have. This is my test. This is my big iron moment. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I keep asking because I'm not ready.
It's not the next sentence, but it's coming up, and that's the scary thing.
Yep. I decide to visit Sayori before Yuri comes over. Rather than asking, I simply tell her I'm coming over, much like we've done in the past. Once I reach Sayori's house, I knock on the door before entering it myself. Kind of rude, but okay. I'm so afraid to click. I'm so afraid to click.
Do they have parents?
No, they don't have parents. They live in Japan. No, not just Japan. Japanese people don't have parents. They live in a Japan style dating simulator. None of them have parents. But they're all in high school, but they're all over 18.
That's fair.
Again, we used to play so often that we've made it a habit of simply entering each other's houses like we were family. Oh my god, should I put it up now? The house is quiet.
Maybe put it up right now.
Sayori, I'm putting it up. Sayori isn't anywhere on the first floor, so I assume she's up in her room.
I imagine it's gonna pop up on like the side. The Stoutland's not gonna cover it.
It's not gonna cover it at all. It's gonna cover my face instead. Dude, I'm so stressed out right now because I already know what's happening. It's already strange of her to not run down and greet me. That's weird. This is a weird vibe. Oh my god. I don't want to press it because the next one is going to switch. I head up to her bedroom where I finally find her.
What if it's like a big troll?
Sayori. Oh my god.
I fucking hate
Dude,
this.
I'm sweating. Oh my god.
I knew it was going to happen too.
It was a fake out.
At
Oh
that
my
point, I had
god.
figured out it was a fake out. I hate that. Turn off the stat one.
It's off. It's off.
And
Dude,
then she's like, hey Luna, check this shit out.
check this shit out. And then she does it anyways. Look what I've been working on.
Oh,
God dang. The amount of anxiety that built up during all that.
hi Luna.
It's so bad because the next one's not going to be a fake out. I sit down in her room. Sayori forces a smile, but it's easy to tell that she's different. There's a minute of silence between us.
You haven't come over like this in a long time, have you? Her room sucks. Her room sucks, bro.
I guess you're right. Must be that your room sucks or something. I don't know. It's been a long time. Not much has really changed, has it? Sayori's room is as messy as it's always been. Even he's judging
It's not
it.
even that messy.
It's not that messy. What the heck?
What are those pants on her shelf in the corner?
What are those pants? What is wrong with you? You wear pants,
Wants
idiot?
A broken or a torn calendar.
Yeah, what
Fucking
happened
nice.
there?
Look, this place is disgusting. You filthy.
You're
pig.
so gross.
Is it-
What do you got?
Is it a piece of
You got plants?
paper in the corner of the room?
Is that
Disgusting.
an open box on top of your cabinet there?
I'm talking shit like this only because my room is absolutely disgusting compared to what we see.
My room's pretty gross at the moment. It's pretty bad.
Mine's just clothes, but there's so much of it.
I have my toothbrush right here on my desk actually. Can I tell you why it's in my bedroom and not in the bathroom?
Because Alexis was taking a shower and you had to brush your teeth.
Yeah. Actually, that's exactly what happened. So listen.
That's exactly what happened to me. My toothbrush is on my desk as well. because
Oh.
my sister was in the shower.
Okay, well listen. My bathroom's different from yours. It's like the toilet is separate from the like sinks. And the shower is with the toilet. So it's completely unnecessary for me to have to do this. She could just take a shower and then close that door, but she closes both doors. And they're both locked.
I know plenty of people that have bathrooms like that, and I usually lock both doors too because I'm a fucking animal.
The point is, I walked in and I started brushing my teeth and I heard some commotion out in the kitchen. So I walked out. And before I walked out, actually, she walked in and she's like, well, gotta get ready. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. She sees me brushing my teeth. I hear the commotion. I walk out and I'm in the kitchen standing around, whatever. I turn around because I hear the door close and then the shower goes on and I'm like, you just saw me walk out with my toothbrush. What am I... Anyways. Her room's a mess. She's terrible.
Shit, as always.
Is that a crystal ball, by the way, in the corner, the bottom left?
Looks like it. What is it?
What is
What is
that?
it?
What it?
I can zoom in on my screen.
I can't. I think that's straight up
looks
a
like a
crystal
weird-
ball.
I can draw what I think it looks like. It looks like a really shitty like mochi plush toy with a weird skeleton face on it. Like that's the only way I can describe what it looks like. It probably is a crystal ball.
Maybe it's a snow globe.
Probably a plum. Just a moldy plum.
Multi-plum.
It's leaking onto her books.
It's leaking. That's what that purple is. Anyways,
This dirty little
I
gremlin.
also recognize the same stuffed animals and wall decorations that she's had for years now.
If you came over more often, I wouldn't be such a mess.
This is on me, clearly. That's because I end up cleaning it for you. What am I, your
You know
maid?
You're in a bad place, and you're still fucking pissed.
I'm still such a mean person to her, even though I know what's happening.
That's the problem. I think all dating simulators, it's either you're overly nice or you're overly mean in your dialogue choices, and there's nothing in between.
There's no normal people in this world.
I think that goes for any dating sim, though. There's
Probably.
just no, except for the Adam Sandler one. That one's like only appropriate
Yeah.
reactions.
Yeah.
How come you suddenly wanted to come over today? Are you supposed to see Yuri today?
Oh, yeah, but, wait, how did you know that? Sayori had already left by the time we decided that last meeting.
That's
Sus.
creepy that she just. Hang on, wait a minute. Yeah, what? Yeah, how did Monica tell you? What? She texted you? You don't have a phone.
You.
Even though we text, you're not allowed to text anyone else. I own you.
Yeah. You belong
You are
to
nothing-
me.
You're nothing but a dog.
You.
A pawn in the game of life.
A pawn in my game.
I own you. You are nothing. You are a bug. Beneath my fucking boot. Oh, anyways. Monica told me it's only natural for her to keep me informed about the festival preparations, right?
That's
She
true.
That doesn't make sense because she told me to not help you out, even though we had the option earlier.
She did say that. What the heck? Monica, what in the world?
Monica, you bitch! She knows more than she's letting on.
She's orchestrating this whole thing. She knows.
Look, we may be the king in this chess game, but she's the queen.
She's
She
the
knows what's
queen.
She's powerful. She's fucking with it.
She's not even the queen. She's the player. She extends beyond that.
We're merely a bishop in this game.
Yep. But at the end of the day, Sayori is still a pawn. So.
So it's still nothing.
But what about you? Aren't you going to be helping Monica today?
Of course. But I'm just helping her online.
Oh, okay.
I like seeing her out of the schoolgirl outfit.
It's normal human clothes.
Is she wearing just boxers or are those shorts?
Those are shorts. Well,
Weird seeing that ruffle pattern around it.
yeah.
But we didn't plan to meet up or anything.
Oh, so it's just me and Yuri then.
Yep.
There's
What
more
if
silence.
What if Natsuki kills herself? Or like whatever bad happens to Natsuki happens because
she's
the
by
one that's
herself?
gone silent. Yeah, she's like gone under the radar.
I also thought about that because we're hearing about Sayori and Monica, and us and Yuri, and nothing about Natsuki. More silence
Yo.
between us.
I hate ethnic food.
Sayori stares in a random direction. Everything about her behavior is really uncharacteristic. I finally get to the point. I just wanted to see how you were doing after you
Make sure
left
you
on
didn't
Friday.
kill yourself.
Make sure you didn't kill yourself. When something's wrong, you can't hide it from me, especially when you're trying to kill yourself. I know you too well, especially when you're thinking about killing yourself.
I know you better than you know yourself, bitch.
I know you more than you know you. Every thought it turns into 1984. Did you ever read that?
I did.
It's you remember the part where God, what's the guy's name? Where the guy who like torments him, the main guy? God, I don't know anyone's name.
1984, that's his name.
Uh
Oh wait, no, I read Fahrenheit 451.
Oh, you didn't read
I know-
1984?
No, I know what 1984 is about. I
Okay.
read Fahrenheit 451 though.
There's this point in the book where there's this tormentor guy, and he's telling the main character who's like strapped down in a seat. He's like, every thought you ever had, every thought you could have, I've already thought it. And it's this horrible like torture scene that goes on for like months or years or something. It's really unclear how long it lasts, but it seems like forever to the guy.
He's
And
gatekeeper. He's girl boss.
he girl bosses really hard in that book. In 1984. And it's really scary. It's like really creepy to think about. He's like, everything you ever thought of or everything you ever could think of is not an original thought. I've already thought it. And I know what you're thinking at each time. For example, right now you're thinking this, and he's like, I was thinking that. How did you know? And then he shocks him for no reason. There's a
He's
lot
gatekeeper.
there's a lot of torture and stuff at that point in the book. It's pretty bad. Anyways,
too bad.
anyways, that's me to Sayori right now. So, Sayori smiles, shaking her head.
That's not good, Luna.
Eh?
Why can't I just be like it's always been? This is all my fault, bitch.
Probably,
It probably
to
is.
be honest.
Stop
You,
playing the victim.
yeah, you told me to join the book club, which is composed of only women so far.
If I didn't get so weak and accidentally express my feelings, if I didn't make this stupid mistake, then you wouldn't have been worried about me at all. You wouldn't have come here.
She was gonna.
You wouldn't have even been thinking about me right now. But this is just my punishment, isn't it? What the fuck?
She was gonna do it today.
My punishment? I'm getting punished for being so What? What you talking about, man?
Cause it's made like an awkward situation. That's literally it. It's just like, don't kill yourself over this. Like, for real, there's so many better reasons. Like, I know it's like a meme thing, but like, this is so like, this is not your whole life right now. One guy.
I thought you were saying like she has better reasons to kill herself in her life.
No, that is what I'm saying. Not in her life specifically, but there's better reasons to be like that upset.
No, I know you meant that.
Yeah.
Saying, like, I thought you meant specifically her.
No, specifically her. This is specifically
You have
her.
bullshit going on. Why is this the thing that you
And actually, let me pull out my notebook here because this is really something we should have been going into. All right, number 1, reasons you should kill yourself.
The ugly ass. The ugly
Them
ass
u-
shoes.
Them ugly ass shoes.
At least I don't wear Air Forces.
What are you laughing at?
Is there a SpongeBob dating simulator? I feel like.
Oh my god. I told you I want to do a bunch of dating simulators in one go like that. I think that would be such a good video, if not a stream.
There's a decent dating simulator that we could have played in October, but you had to pay for it, and it's like, I think it's either 15 or 20 bucks. It's expensive.
What am I made of money?
What am I made of money? Anyways, I think that's why the world decided to have you come over today.
No, I think I decided that. Oh no, I didn't decide that. Did I? She's right.
No, we didn't have a choice.
No, yeah,
walked over.
she's actually right about this, which is surprising considering how dumb she is, but
She's breaking the fourth wall. She reached the other side of the chessboard. She Then again, she was a dumb shit and picked a rook instead of a queen. So
that's true. But also, I love that one picture of it's a chess set in front of a mirror, and it says make sure you play chess. You set up your chessboard in front of a mirror so you can see your opponent's pieces.
he's right.
He's right.
Have you seen the? I think that would be a fun game for you to try and stream. 4D chess.
4D chess.
The one that has
Time travel and
has quantum
multiverse.
mechanics in it. Multiple universes.
Yeah. I think that sounds like probably the worst idea ever, but maybe.
Anyways, it just wants to torture me.
It just wants to torture me. Yo. Sayori, that's some emo shit. Are you emo?
Sorry, that's cringe. You're cringe.
That's oh, that one video. What's that one YouTuber who is always getting made fun of? He's like, Nicole, you know I'm afraid of emos or something like that.
Hey, I have no clue. I've seen like those Instagram stories that have like stories being told like that in the background, and then it's what's it called? Oh fuck. It's just like random video games being played, and then it's audio of
like some
that.
story.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I grab Sayori by the shoulders. I start shaking her head until it ragdolls back and forth.
You mean nothing to me.
What on earth are you saying?
You're not making any sense.
You're not making any sense. Are you listening to yourself right now? I know something happened to you. There's no other explanation for you to be like this. It's Monica. So tell me already. Until I know, I won't be able to stop thinking about it. Oh my god. This entire sentence is why she kills herself.
I wonder if we'll like do our Yuri thing and then come back, or if like we go to school and she just doesn't show up.
They say they walk to and from school with each other. So what I think is going to happen is on Monday, we're going to try and walk to school with her and we'll be like, that's weird, she's not around. And then go in the house.
No,
I think that's how it's going to go down.
and then she's gonna be doing the funny pose.
And when we walk in, she'll be doing the Orange Justice from Fortnite.
Oh my gosh, you missed it. So on Halloween, sorry to get sidetracked, but Jordan and I were watching, Scared Shrekless, I think is what it's called. It's one of the Halloween, Shrek things. Like, you know how DreamWorks has the Halloween movies?
Yeah.
It was the Shrek one, and it's basically like it was like a clip show basically where they told 3 stories from the perspective of Shrek being the exorcist, Puss and Donkey doing Bates Motel, or what's it called, Psycho,
Uh-huh.
and Gingy doing Bride of Frankenstein combined with Day of the Dead or Night of the Living Dead.
Yeah.
Anyways, at the very beginning of it, Shrek like chases off some humans who are trick or treating with his kids. He goes back to his house. He's like, "The door's unlocked," and Fiona's like, "You wouldn't think anyone would come inside, right?" And he goes, "Now who on their right mind would try to scare an ogre on Halloween?" And he turns on the lights, and all the characters are in there like, "Boo, roar!" And they're like all dressed up in costumes. And it goes to Pinocchio, and he's like hanging from the roof, like shaking and squirming and screaming. I'll send it to you.
Oh.
But it's so grotesquely dark
Ye-
compared to everything else.
That sounds really miserable, but that is really funny. And it reminds me, my cousin wanted to do she wanted to be Pinocchio, specifically Shrek's Pinocchio for Halloween, but it didn't work out, sadly.
Damn.
Anyways, Sayori was just saying how it's her fault for mentioning anything, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I was even thinking about her, specifically the part where she says, "The reason you're thinking about me was because of what I said, because I slipped up." And now I'm saying I won't be able to stop thinking about it until I know. This is the sentence that, like, this is like the nail on the coffin. This is
the camel that the camel that broke
the camel that broke the straw pile. Jeff Bezos laugh. Sayori gives me an empty smile.
You really put me in a trap, Luna. Jesus Christ. But you're wrong. Nothing happened to me. I know that's not true. I know Monica told you some shit when you were in the. She said something to you.
It's that
this
scene
isn't just your own fruition.
It's that scene in Adventure Time where I don't know if you actually made it that far or you ever saw it, but Flame Princess gets some candles from her dad's place and she lights them, and while she's sleeping, the candles are going, so it smells nice.
Oh yeah, they're whispering to her.
And yeah, and the dad pops out of the candles. He is the flame, and he's whispering, "Evil, evil, 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 evil." That's Monica to her. She just went up to her, "Kill yourself, kill yourself, kill yourself, die.
Just end it, bro." Oh, anyways. I've always been like this. No. You're just seeing it for the first time. What? It's because you always hit it? Because you had a crush on me, huh?
Sayori, if I could give you some advice, move on. I'm with Yuri now. It's over.
Look, I was worried about you at first, but you did that stupid fake out, and now I hate you.
And you didn't really kill yourself? It's like, you know, commit to something, you know? Piss or get off the pot, you know what I'm saying?
Maybe I'll be worried about you, but like, for now...
Seeing what? What are you talking about? I have no clue.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Oh shoot.
You're just going to make me say it, aren't you, Luna?
I skipped something, I think. Did you say it?
Yeah, I think my finger covered my mic. I guess I have no choice this time. The thing is, I've had really bad depression my whole life. I can't say that in the voice.
I know you.
I really tried right there. Did you know that? Oh.
Did you know? Did you know that? Who knew? Who?
Wait, your only friend wanted to kill themselves their whole life. Did you know that?
Did you know? That's interesting.
Well, your line would just be no. No, I didn't.
As a matter of fact, I did, and I ignored it on purpose. Because I don't like you.
I wanted to see you commit just to see if you would really do it.
I know, I just want to say, for context, I think we're both making jokes because we're uncomfortable and we're trying to lighten this, right?
That's 100% what's happening right now.
Depression isn't funny. It's just...
It's very unnerving, especially like both of us being people who dealt with such a shitty topic.
Did you know that? Did you?
Did you know that, bro? Why do you think I'm late to school every day?
And by the way, when you talk about like well, how do you say it? Like not visibility. What do they call it when they put like minorities in shows and stuff?
I think visibility, representation.
Representation for depression specifically. I think it's... I mean, I don't want to sound like I know what I'm talking about because I don't think I really do. But like a messy room, being late to school all the time, that kind of stuff, like being weird around it, your friends not really noticing because you're able to mask it like that.
I don't know where you're going with this, but I'm gonna say my opinion. It's a very good way of representing it.
That's where I'm going with it. I just think it's like compared to other things where it's like I'm depressed. I'm sad all the time. I feel bad sometimes.
Like,
that's
truly like just showing the darkness, like just the.
And this game does go all the way. We know how it goes. We
know how it goes.
Giving this game props. It's really good. It's a good game. It's just it makes me feel bad. I want to be able to make every good option, but I don't think that's ever possible.
I just mean it's doing its job right.
Yeah.
Hang on, before we continue, I gotta use the restroom, so I'll be right back.
Have fun.
For a second, I'll think of you.
Think of yeah. I didn't even get to say it. While he's gone, I'm gonna enjoy some M&Ms because it was Halloween yesterday, and I took my little brothers trick-or-treating, and someone was handing out the big stuff, big boy stuff. And also because, like I said, I did not have lunch earlier. But let me tell you guys about Halloween yesterday. It was a pretty good time. Towards the end of the night, and I've said I'm obsessed, okay? I saw this girl dressed up as the mask, and we were handing out candy because we had already finished. I finished taking my brothers trick-or-treating. Their bags were full. We were having a good time. We were just sitting around at our aunt's house, and I saw this girl dressed as the mask, and I was like, awooga, humana, humana, humana. And I said, Jim Carrey! And she started walking towards the house, and we were still handing out candy. And I was gonna say something. I don't know what. But the point is, they crossed the street to get on our side after I had yelled Jim Carrey, and they had visibly seen us. And then they continued walking by. And that was pretty upsetting for me. Anyways, I think I might dress as the mask next year.
Oh shit.
Ready?
Ugh.
I'm not.
Uh, why do you think I'm late to school every day? We already said that. Because most days I can't even find a reason to get out of bed. We're gonna each have our moment where it's impossible to use the voices that we
Yeah.
that we set out for these characters.
Oh my god, Yosemite Sam is such a straining voice. I'm just afraid for whatever happens to Natsuki.
Natsuki's the only one that I literally have no clue what happens.
Oh,
to.
same. I have no idea.
Let's see. What reason is there to do anything when I fully know?
Yeah. The other thing, I kind of wish they used more than the one frame that they have, because this is not the face that she's making, the like pose and everything.
This is not fitting.
It's not right. It doesn't match.
Why go to school? Why eat?
Oh my god. Is she? I wonder if
So skinny.
I wonder if anorexia is ever gonna get brought up.
Oh, it suck. Why make friends? Why make other people put their energy into caring and caring to waste by having them spend it on me? That's what it feels like. And that's why I just want to make everyone happy. Without anyone worrying about me. Okay, bye.
So Yuri's gonna be at my house in a few minutes. I gotta go.
Thanks for talking, but I don't care.
Well, anyways, my broskies, I gotta bounce. Bounce on ya boy's dick.
I'm in shock.
I'm in shock. I didn't see this coming at all.
Pretty close to everyone.
I can't even figure out how to respond.
I think this is like just like I don't think I felt this exact way. Okay, so the game, like, you know how your character says like they're feeling a certain way?
Yeah.
Luna says he's feeling a certain way.
Yeah.
I haven't felt the same way as the character throughout the entire game
Until right now when he says, I have no idea what to say to this.
It's just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. It's a little...
Oh.
How... how is it possible that Sayori kept this from me the entire time that I've known her?
It's pretty easy, actually.
Did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Bro, when this... Because I put the original stream into Adobe Premiere.
Uh-huh.
So this will eventually become a video. When that happens, if I remember, the title of this is going to be 2 grown adults get weirded out by depression.
I honestly can't tell if this should be like literally just copy pasted the stream.
Oh,
or
I
if
have...
this should-
I...
Or if it should be like, because I don't think this is a game where you could do like best of moments.
I think it depends on the type of video you make it, but either way, everything I stream the next day or the few days
Will
after
always
will
end
go
up
to
on VODs.
VODs. Yeah.
Then I guess it doesn't matter.
So-
I think this could end up being like in a compilation of like your best moments of all games or something.
Yeah.
Dating sim best moments.
Dating
bad
simulator
moments.
best moments. Number 10.
Yeah. Hello.
Someone's here.
I'm gonna help my dad out in the garage in a second, so we might have to take a pause for a second.
Okay.
We can finish up a few of these lines before you do you and Yuri, because
Yeah, I was gonna say, me and Yuri is just me and my own voice, so if we could get through it. Did she really want for me did she really want so badly for me to just not think about her? Why, Sayori? Why is it that you never told me about this? It almost feels like I've been betrayed as your close friend. Because if I knew, I would have done everything I could to support you, and that's why. Even if there's only so much that I could do. I would have tried a little bit harder to make every day a little better for you.
Bro, acting like an actual human being, that's out of character for Luna.
Yeah, Luna doesn't really do those kinds of things, so that's a little weird. That's why I'm your friend. All you had to do was tell me. He really doesn't
understand at all,
He,
Luna.
he really doesn't understand, because that's the reason.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think I didn't tell you? Because if I told you, then you would have to waste your effort caring about me instead of doing important things. Luna doesn't do anything with his life, I think, which was made kind of clear.
Yeah, I think we already talked about this. What do? I watch anime and I don't read. That's like on the list too. It's not like a separate thing. It's like things that I do with my life. I watch anime and I don't read. I make an effort to not read.
And the list isn't actually real words, it's just kind of pictures.
It's pictures. It's like a red cross over a book.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be oh, that's you.
I don't want to be cared about. The face makes it so shit.
The face makes it really bad.
It's bittersweet when people try to care about me. It feels nice sometimes, but it also feels like a bat being swung against my head.
God, bro.
Jeff Bezos laughter. That's why I wanted so badly for you to make friends with everyone else. Oh. Not like he even cared about you before.
He literally
Just pushing him away.
Yeah, he didn't care about anything before,
Helping everyone be happy together is the best thing for me. But then I discovered something else too. Seeing you make friends and get closer with everyone else in the club, it feels like a spirit going through my heart. So that's why I decide the world just wants to torture me. Every path leads to nothing but it sucks because these are the same faces she makes if you were to flirt with her.
Yeah, it's like it shouldn't be like blushy face time. This is like sit down depression faces that should be happening, but this is what we're seeing.
Because they only have like 5 character references.
Yeah.
Like 5 character frames, I guess, for each person.
Uh-huh.
Every path leads to nothing but hurt.
You're right. I don't get it. You're right that I don't understand. I don't understand your feelings at all, Sayori. But I don't need to understand. Whatever it takes for me to help you stop hurting, that's what I'll do.
No! Luna!
He really doesn't get it.
There's nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that could have helped is if everything could be like it always was. But I was selfish. I finally showed you what a horrible person I am. Ugh.
Tears streak down Sayori's face. That's not true. She's still blushing. It's not.
I made you join the literature club because I was selfish.
Oh, there are the
she's
tears.
crying.
Yeah.
And I was punished by my heart. In a way that I couldn't understand. And now you came here, and I made you hurt too. And I'm just weak and selfish. Not like she's smiling through that. That's all I am. Ugh. Okay, I didn't expect the warnings at the beginning of the game to be more than a trigger warning for people who don't like gore.
Yeah.
They're not suited for people with depression. Jesus Christ, they weren't wrong.
Are you good?
This is hard to read.
Do you want to
I'm
not?
fine. No, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah.
very uncomforting.
Yeah.
Disheartening. Is that a word?
Yep.
I feel like that works in this situation.
Yeah.
Luckily, I got a dog here. Hey, Harv. All right. And that's why I'm going to accept these punishments. Oh, don't do it.
Bro, why am I gonna
'Cause
cry?
I deserve every last one. Oh, she's crying still.
Why am I gonna cry? That's what I said. Without thinking again, I once again grab Sayori's shoulders. I don't think...
Shake her vigorously.
Yeah, like, that seems more threatening. I don't think that's the move.
Well, I really don't think that's a move, bud.
This might be the move, I think. This time I pull her into a tight embrace.
No.
Is this a good art thing? I feel like this should be its own... Help! Somebody!
Screaming. You're just breaking her spine.
Oh my god, did you ever watch The Umbrella Academy?
I did not.
Oh, I really wish you did. There's this part at
All I
the...
know is the chimp man.
Oh my god.
Alcoholic.
There's this part at the end of season 1. Or do you care about spoilers? It's not really a
I don't care
spoiler.
about spoilers.
It's a really good
'Cause I know
show.
the comic a little bit.
It's a really good show and I hope you watch it, but it's not really a spoiler. Basically, one of the characters grabs the other one like they're gonna hug them, and then they just start squeezing them until they pass out.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. They literally like hug them and they're like, I'm so sorry, and then they go and they're like, that's too tight, and then they pass out because they can't breathe.
Jesus. I'm gonna ask you to pause it right here, see if my dad needs help outside real quick. I'll probably take only 10 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Just don't scroll, because I kind of want to keep this.
Yeah.
I'll turn it into a story time.
Yeah, I'll tell a story or something.
I'll be right back.
Let's see what we could do. Let me look real quick. Let's do something silly. Oh, I have an idea actually. This isn't gonna be silly. I'm sorry, I lied. I'm a liar. Let me go to here. Bow. Do. Don't worry, everyone. I've got this under control. There it is.
Alright, so
Oh?
my dad's doing that passive aggressive. It took too long to help.
Oh, okay.
So whatever.
So, alright. Okay.
Tetris.
Oh, did you? Oh, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about it. I was gonna say, let's do something silly. Actually, I have something else. And I was gonna play Tetris. Anyways.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Oh god, you're squeezing too hard.
You're killing me. Sayori. I don't care if you feel selfish. I'm really happy that you convinced me to join the club. That's still not what she's saying. He still doesn't get it. Seeing you every day makes it worthwhile enough. If I make friends with everyone else, that's just a bonus. You don't understand anything. How thick is our character's skull right now?
Pretty dense.
But please never underestimate how much I care about you. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Scream.
He's
Show us the good art.
making it about himself.
It's really shitty too.
It's like I'm sure it's like trying to be good. Like that's what it is. It's like trying to help. But he's basically not listened to anything that she just told him.
Mm-hmm.
And like he's like dismissing all of her feelings, everything she just said. He's like completely dismissed, and he's like, I don't care how you. He literally just said, I don't care how you feel. It's a bonus for me. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Perk, bro.
It's a perk.
Luna.
And I'm sure it'll be taken positively, poorly. I don't know. Yeah,
She's not
poorly.
hugging
She's not.
back.
Sayori isn't hugging back. That's weird.
Oh. Oh. Is it gonna be like some shitty hallucination and she's gonna be hanging from the roof and he's like holding on to her dead body?
I don't think that's
That
what.
would be shitty.
That would be.
shitty. That's what's happening right now.
That would be a little interesting. I don't think that's gonna happen though. And
That would be a great artistic direction for it to take.
it would
That
be like artistically that like transition.
Oh.
Sayori's arms remain at her sides. She starts sobbing next to my ear. Yeah, I didn't think that's where it was going, but it would be a cool, interesting artistic choice.
No. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Hey, don't do this. Monica feeds off my emotions. Luna.
Sayori barely manages to speak between her sobs. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. You're really not.
You're really not.
Really, really not.
This would be the correct thing if you just didn't say the shit that you had
If
said
you kept your
moments
mouth
ago.
shut, if you like. I mean, sometimes I feel like it's important to be like, sometimes all that matters is literally being there. Like, not just like
But
saying,
you-
"Oh, hey, are
you-
you?" Not just saying like, "Are you okay? Do you need? I'm here for you. You know that, right?" Like, no, like physically, you don't have to do anything. Just physically be there for somebody is enough. A hugging would have been enough, but it's what he says, which is terrible.
He said that like ruined it. Like, if
Yeah.
It didn't ruin it. He went about it all wrong. And
Yeah.
fucked it up big time.
Mm-hmm. But all I want is for her to know that I care. Well, then you should have kept your mouth
Yeah.
shut, idiot.
You fucked up, bud.
If you have it in you to call yourself selfish, then you have to let me be selfish too. No matter what it takes, I'll figure out what needs to change. I'll make those feelings go away. Or lack thereof, I'm sure. And if there's anything that you need me to do, then you'd better tell me. I'll get mad if you don't. You are really dumb.
Dot.
There it is.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Gently, Sayori finally puts her arms around me in return. It's not in return. I guarantee, in this instance, if it were real life, it's so I would leave.
So you would stop.
Yeah.
I don't know anything. It's all really scary. I don't understand any of my feelings, Luna. I wonder, this is a weird question to ask. Is therapy popular in other countries? Or, like, is it as big of a thing as it is in America?
That's a
It
good
sounds
question.
Stupid to ask, but because like culturally, therapy is something that isn't brought up too much in America. But
Yeah.
recently, it's kind of become a bigger thing.
Yeah. Like, culturally,
I'm just
therapy is
wondering-
like, oh, you have to be insane to go to therapy. But in more recent years, it's like, no, everyone should go to therapy so you don't go insane.
Yeah, and in concept, I feel like everyone should accept that, but I feel like there would be certain countries that would be completely against it or just like don't have it as a concept to begin with.
Yeah.
But
This is kind of off topic, but I've heard of, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's schizophrenia or something, where in America people would see, and maybe it's not schizophrenia, but it's something where they're seeing like scary people, scary things, or like violent things happening in America, some sort of disorder in their brain. But in people in Africa would see their family members and who had passed away and stuff. So it was the same thing in both instances, but in America, it had
It was just differently seeing it differently because it was what they had to
it
imagine.
it's what like what the reference point was based on the culture and the setting they grew up in. Where in America it was really scary and a terrifying experience, but in Africa it was like seeing their family again and stuff. And yeah, I don't know. Well, it reminded me
That's
of.
interesting.
No, it is really interesting. It just kind of also separate, but it reminded me of the scene in Black Panther when he drinks the thing and he gets to talk to his father, who passed
His
away.
dad,
Yeah, T'Challa.
the goofy fruit.
Yeah. Oh, and then in What If Killmonger sees T'Challa. So in Africa, it had been family members, but in America, it had been like really violent or scary things. Anyways, bless you.
No, that's really interesting, and I assume it probably was schizophrenia, but
I think so, but I don't quote me on that.
huh. It's interesting. Chat, flip that entire sequence of events and do research on it.
Do research for us.
Do it as your anthropology assignment. College.
Do that for homework tonight and have a paper on it in the morning. That'll be 50% of your grade, so 7 pages at least. Okay.
If you don't do it, you will ban your Twitch account.
You will get
You won't
banned.
be able to watch Pokemon. You won't be able to watch Hemorrhoid. You won't even be able to watch Absolute Lunacy.
None
And
of
if we
them.
see you on the YouTube checking out the VODs, we will send a drone strike to your house.
What he said. Yep. Ready?
Yeah. The only time I'm not feeling nothing is when I'm feeling pain. Oh, she's crying still.
Yeah.
Forgetting that.
It's fine, it's fine.
We'll figure that out. Wait, fix it in post. But your eyes are so warm. Oh, that's really scary too.
I'm terrifying. Let go of me.
You're too hot. Stop it. Was it black because you closed your eyes when you were holding her, or what?
I don't know.
She, like,
I feel like. Well, obviously our character doesn't
I guess we
exist.
couldn't have- he doesn't have a physical look, so
Yeah.
we couldn't have had.
It's self-insert, so we couldn't have gotten a cool art thing there.
Oh well.
Sayori
Let's
lets
make
me go. That's why. That's I'm sure why it went black. But that kind of sucks.
Yeah.
As she does so, I let her go as well. My God, I'm the worst. The festival is tomorrow. Did you know that?
You better be there. By the way, did you know that the festival's tomorrow?
By the way,
BTW, not to ruin the moment, but like, you better hurry the fuck up on that work that Monica assigned you.
not to ruin the moment, but if you don't get those things printed, then Monica will have.
You're out of the club.
You're out of the club. Okay?
Just saying.
Just saying. This is for your own good, really.
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's gonna be fun, right? Don't you think it'll be fun at the festival tomorrow?
Tomorrow, when you'll still be alive,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Tomorrow when we'll walk to school together and you'll be living and breathing and you won't be depressed anymore because we hugged.
Yeah. Oh.
Why is he so dumb?
Oh, you're not gonna get you ain't gonna get the chance.
It's like you ain't gonna get the chance. I'm not gonna let you get the chance. How would you like for me to spend it all with you? It's what I want. Yes, everything's about me and what I want. I promise you it's what I want. And I promise I don't care about your feelings in this.
I think that would be nice then.
She's lying. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay, we did it. We saved her. We cured depression. We're heroes.
Depression is no more.
Depression is gone. Do 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 do.
Get the crab rave.
Get the crab rave.
Right.
Sayori wipes her eyes.
A big booger comes out of her nose and onto her sleeve.
If I could spend the whole day here, I would. But I have business to take care of. That's my nickname for Yuri. I call her business.
Passive income. There's a joke to be made somewhere. I'm not gonna connect the dots. So the viewers can do that.
Someone else smarter can. Smarter than both of us. That's what I'm saying. Anyways, of all the days, this has to be the one where I have other plans. I literally do nothing with my entire life every other day of the week. But of all the days, my friend is depressed. She had to pick Sunday. How inconvenient for me. Maybe I should cancel,
No! Don't! Please don't.
Please don't. I have a schedule with my rope at that time. I have an appointment.
Let me check my schedule. Opens it up.
Killing myself. 5:30.
No. The live action Grinch. There's a really funny part where he
Yes. Where he's
he
like,
want to go to the Hoovulation, and he's
like
checking his schedule. And he's
self-loathing, wallowing.
I can't dinner by myself.
I can't cancel that again.
Of course, I could move it back and move the self-loathing at 9 o'clock.
It's a good scene.
Oh, what would I wear?
What would I wear? I forgot about that part actually. I do like the part in that movie where he pulls off the table, the tablecloth, and all the stuff stays there. And apparently it wasn't. He was supposed to knock everything down.
Supposed to, so he just went back and
so
knocked it over.
He just goes back and he knocks it all down and he kicks the table.
Funny stuff. If you did that, then I really wouldn't forgive you. Damn. She's like, just let me kill myself in peace.
Oh my god, just mind your own business, Luna. You literally never cared up until this point.
It's true.
But, I was just playing hard to get. You don't understand. I'm a player. I have to. It's almost time for Yuri to meet me at my house. At the very least, do you want to come along and help out? It would be fun. I promise it would be fun for you to watch me flirt with someone else.
It would be fun. You could lay on my bed. You could eat pretzels.
To my surprise, Sayori shakes her head. Wow, how surprising.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that would be very good for me today. You understand, right?
I think I understand perfectly. That's what I'm afraid of.
Brutally honest, us as the players understand, but
our character do not. I really want that to be clear, that there is a distinct difference between this person and like us. Like throughout this whole time we're making jokes, but he's the bad guy, not us. Not
calling Sayori a dog the whole time. But did we ever choose?
No, that
Look at the mirror.
No, that was him. He was saying that. That wasn't us. I never said that. I don't think you could prove it, so.
Luna in the game has been calling her a dog, a fucking golden retriever.
Yeah, he hasn't been thinking it, he's just been saying it out loud.
Saying it directly to her.
Oh my god. Oh, I just think in references. In Brooklyn Nine-Nine, there's a scene where there's this guy in prison, and he's like, he accidentally does meth, basically. And like, it gets in contact with him when he's carrying it. That's how he gets high. So it is accidental. And he's like, all right, don't freak out. You just did a crazy ton of meth, but you still have your brain. Just don't freak out, and you got this. And he's like, have you been doing meth? And he's like, what makes you think that? And he's like, you just told me right now. You said so out loud. And then it's, so the first thing, the framing of it is like just his eyes, where it's like super wide and freaking out. And he's like, okay, don't freak out. You just did a crazy amount of meth. And then it's a flashback to that exact same scene, but it's like the full picture, and you can see his mouth moving, and he's saying it out loud.
Luna's been imagining that he's been calling her a dog, but in reality, he's just been
In
screaming at
reality,
her.
God, I hate you so much. You are a dog. You are the dirt beneath my shoes. You.
And that's why she puts on this like bad smile all the time.
That's why she's
She's
depressed.
because of you.
It's
Even before the game started, their relationship was like that.
it's already been like that.
All the shitty stuff that he said at the beginning of the game, where he's like, "Oh, this annoying bitch."
It's all
We've
been
known
like
each other
that.
for years. It's one of those relationships that you never would have expected to be in now, but looking back on it, it just happened. He said that to her.
And she just starts crying a little bit. You want to walk to school together?
Through the tears, just like, wow,
I'm
okay.
out loud. I go, God, not really. But I guess. Okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Ah. It's kind of hard for me to fully understand. We know.
We get it.
Our
we
character.
get it.
We get it. You're dense. But I'm trying my hardest. It really.
I want those 2 plush toys in the back. I like that bird and the cow.
They're pretty good, huh? I like them too.
The bird's kind of weird. I like the mismatched eyebrows of the cow, though. It's pretty intriguing.
That's yin and yang cow right there.
Mm.
Really makes you think.
Yin Yang Yo on Jetix.
I don't think I ever watched that. I remember
Did you at least-
Jake Long, American Dragon, or something like that, or.
Not at all the same show, but basically.
But okay, well, I'm trying to relate. I don't have much else.
I'll send a picture. You might like have a vague memory of seeing a commercial.
Maybe, but I'm trying my hardest.
It's okay.
No, it's not.
Don't worry too much about it. It's gonna be hard for us as players. See you tomorrow. Okay. I highly doubt it.
Doubtful. All right.
Doubt.
I look forward to it. To doubt. I say goodbye to Sayori and exit her house. On the way home, I find myself still feeling uneasy.
I don't blame you. Okay, so that thing on the right there, is that a parking structure?
I really think so, but it's like a really bad design for multiple reasons.
I don't like that there's grass that you have to drive over to do it.
Okay, there's so many things wrong with it. So that rock in front of it, what is that? A sidewalk? Because it's covered by the wall right in front of it each time. And then there's grass behind it, which is literally grass in the first place is terrible because it takes up a lot of water. It's hard to maintain. It doesn't look that good. It's not great for the environment, unlike a lot of other plants that you could have in your yard. Not only that, it's only the border for some pavement where presumably your car would go.
I think the shittiest part is this like little dirt patch that looks like it should be a sidewalk, but there's a bunch of fucking walls in the middle of it, so it's not even a straight path.
Yeah, and then there is the actual sidewalk, and maybe I think it's just bad perspective, but the sidewalk.
I can't tell if it's bad perspective and that's the sidewalk, or if it's the curb.
No, it's bad perspective and it's the sidewalk. If you're looking, well, okay, let me look at this actually, because I think it's just 1 point perspective, but the sidewalk is just like really thin for no reason at all. It's like where I live, where there's like no sidewalk at all. There's like, well, it's better than where I live because where I live it's dirt and ditches and no sidewalk. So your option is to walk on the road and risk getting ran over, or like
walk in the dirt and get bitten by a snake.
Yeah, like literally though. Like there could be snakes, there could be mice, there could be whatever in there. Okay, but also the pavement, like I don't know if I have any specific complaints about it, but I don't like the fact that it's just in the middle of grass. It makes no sense. And then
this whole structure, it's just I feel like it's like it's made for the unapologetic, unfeeling architect.
It's yeah. It's like the architect's dream, which is the engineer's nightmare, that kind of thing. Yeah.
This exists to make the architect anxious because he won't be anxious via emotions.
then there's like the thing over it, like on the far right. It's meant to be like shades or something, shading for the car to protect it from the sun or something to keep it cool, right? But if that sidewalk is the size of the car, then half the time the sun is going to be hitting it anyways. Also, it looks terrible, and if it rains, it's all going to the middle where it's going to damage it, and then where is it going to leak out of? The front, which is rocks and sidewalks, so it's going to flood the streets, and the back, which is going to run towards your house, which is going to damage the house.
Soak the shit out of the grass, like the little amount of grass that's there.
And it'll drown the little amount of grass that's there because there's no...
Which one do you assume is your house? The
What?
tan or the red one?
Which one? What'd you
Which of the
say?
houses is yours and which one's Sayor's? Which one do you think is which?
Um,
Because there's two houses in perspective. There's the one with the weird, like, overarching balcony thing,
yeah.
and then there's the red one on the right.
I think probably my house is the one on the right, if it's either of them.
Really? I always thought it was the left one for some reason.
I
It would
think
make more sense because it's closer, but
I think it could really be either. But I don't like this for other reasons, like the fact that when you see the panel on the top, that whatever that is, shade, usually when you see those, it's for solar panels, but you could clearly see that it's not even that. And then the one right next to it, the one, well, that one isn't even to our house. That's to someone else's house. But the one in the middle, that arch thing is a different design, and it's way worse because the rain is only going towards the house, which you're not meant to do ever. It's just really dumb.
which is bad feng shui.
Huh. But it's hard.
Literally not.
Yeah, not feng shui at all. I've been looking at that. I actually told you that I was looking at feng shui stuff, and I have my computer in or my desk in a terrible position according to feng shui, so that's awesome for me.
I
But
think their class take for that in college.
I'm sure somewhere.
Interior design classes.
Yeah, I'm sure it's like a specific college would have it, but I don't think all of them would, or like even a majority. But I'm sure in certain places you'd find it. Anyways, but it's hard for me to keep thinking about it when Yuri is about to come over too. I think Sayori is right. I shouldn't be worrying. Yeah, this is why we're a bad friend.
Shouldn't be worrying too much, and we're definitely going to have a great time.
We're definitely gonna have a great time tomorrow. I am a
You
terrible
keep telling
friend.
yourself that.
Yeah, that's literally what this is. Tell yourself that and forget your problems. And tomorrow when your friend's dead, you could blame yourself. I should just focus on what's ahead of me! Exclamation point. I'm really excited about Yuri coming over. Forget that depressed girl. Oh my god. As I approach my house, I see something that makes me feel a moment of panic. Oh my god, she's already there! Yuri! Ah, thank goodness. You're a little early. I'm sorry I wasn't home yet. Were you waiting for a long time? No, I just got here.
She looks good in the turtleneck.
The turtleneck is kind of a look, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I feel like because her hair is purple, you'd expect her to dress differently, but I think it works out. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's fair to say because, well...
People in Japan naturally can have purple hair.
Yeah, my mistake.
IRL canon.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that. Anyways. But I started to get really nervous when nobody answered the doorbell. You always could have texted me. If I had known, I would have reassured you and hurried more on my way home.
I would have left that stupid bitch neighbor.
I would have left Sayori even faster. God, I really just can't express how much I don't care about her well-being, even after knowing how depressed she is. I suppose that's true. I didn't think of that for some reason. It should be common sense to do that, but I decide to ignore it, just like how I'm ignoring Sayori. Anyway, let's go inside. I see you brought a lot of stuff with you. That's right. And did you manage to find everything I asked you to buy as well?
You asked me to buy nothing. You lying bitch.
You lied to me. Anyways,
Yeah.
I like how Well, it's for a different reason, but also we're willing to buy this, but we're not willing to buy our other friend food. She did try and trick us, which is like not okay. But if she asked, then anyways.
Do you think it would have ended the same way?
Yeah, knowing our person
Knowing
here,
Rhoda?
yes.
Pretty sure it would have happened.
Yeah.
The same way.
Hey, can I borrow some money for food? No, straight up, I don't like you and I don't want you to eat well or do well in life.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sums it up. That sums up his reaction to basically everything.
Yeah. God awful person. At least I hope I got everything right. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It won't be.
Probably not. I take Yuri to my room. I think
He
actually
complained about his friend's room. Like, yours ain't much better. Look at the books on your shelf.
how common is it to have a nail sticking out of your bookshelf where a hanger is just sitting there?
I was gonna ask that same question.
I-
Also, isn't it a little strange that we own so many books but can't read?
Yeah, he talks about not reading anything like ever. Like ever. And
They're all manga books. He just looks at the pictures.
he just looks at the pictures. They're all picture books. It's all The Hungry Caterpillar and Green Eggs and Ham.
The only ones that aren't like Dr. Seuss or like beginning level reader books, they're manga, and he uses them as coloring books with crayons.
He doesn't actually read them. He really likes the pretty pictures. And you could see we've also
Color in the line.
Oh my god, there was a TikTok trend a while ago of like not coloring inside the lines, and then they just made the picture look awful, and I was like, okay, good for you, buddy.
I saw those. It just drove me nuts because it didn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like trying to be about creative freedom, but that's the opposite of the point of the coloring book. So
Mm-hmm.
if you get inspired by a coloring book, get a fresh sheet of paper and make something your own. Make it good, you know? Don't don't make a point out of like trying to be different on purpose. Just be you.
To fuck around.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Anyways, I take Yuri to my room. After looking at Sayori's, I feel a lot better about my situation. The first thing she does is glance around curiously, which makes me feel anxious. And
What are the
so
specs on your PC, bro?
What are the specs on your
Oh,
PC?
you're a gamer? I didn't realize. Now I'm really attracted to you. Do you play Minecraft?
You play
Have you heard of
League
Bed
of
Wars?
Legends?
You frequent the Minecraft Championship? It's so clean. Ah ha 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 ha. You should see that Sayori girl's house. What a mess, what a pigsty. I hate her. Anyways, let's talk about us. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Not only am I a terrible friend, but I have no game. I cleaned it before you came over, so
See, that's your first mistake. You leave your room as dirty as possible when people come over, so when they come in, you see the real you. And they
So-
can decide if they really want to waste their time with you or not.
yeah, you leave your room a complete pigsty, and if they decide you're worth it, then
That's a real friend.
that's a real friend right there. That's very considerate of you to do. Yeah, well, he shouldn't have said that either. That's like, no, put up the facade, right? My room always looks like this. I'm at my game 100% of the time. No, I would be really embarrassed if my room to be a mess while you were here. Well, I do enjoy cleaning. Oh, then you should see Sayori's room.
I really want to, like, have my parents play this game and just, like, don't tell them anything.
Don't tell them anything.
Don't tell them anything. They just let them play.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a really good
Fuck
idea.
them over completely.
Huh. Really makes me think. I
5 minutes.
I hate that he does that in 5 minutes because if you've ever had Army Man or like any toy like that, that's not how long it takes. That takes like half an hour, and then you get like 5 minutes of playtime before it's like a mess.
Mhm.
I would have gladly helped you clean.
Really?
That would be even more embarrassing. What are you, my mommy? I mean, my mommy? I mean, mommy? I mean... wait, don't look in there. Bro, I guarantee it's gonna be like everything's shoved into a closet, because that's what kind of person our character is. Like,
That's 100% it. Okay, the kid said she's going to the closet. She's looking in his computer desk drawer or looking in the 2 cabinets next to the TV.
or looking under
Either way,
the bed.
Something revolting is there.
Oh, is this gonna be...
He's gonna find his lotion and...
No, I
Tissue.
think... Well, do you know what happens with Yuri? With her thing? I'm gonna have Stoutland
wrist
ready.
thing?
Yeah.
Oh, is he gonna notice it?
I think, well, I snatched Yuri's wrist, which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine. Well, I feel like I grabbed the wrist, like pulled the sleeve up or something. Anyways, the point is that's where I keep the lotion and the magazines, because I'm old school. Bro, I found, in like gas stations in Japan, there's just like porno magazines just like out in the open. Not like in specific shops or like in specific places, but like with all the regular stuff.
There's some gas stations in America that do that, but like they cover them up with like, I don't know how to explain it, like plastic protectors.
Oh, so
the tits and stuff.
so you can't see.
There's only in certain ones though.
It was not covered up.
In Japan, it's just everywhere.
It's I wouldn't say everywhere. It was just like it just took me by surprise. I remember one specific instance of, it might have just been like a like average, like, I don't know, whatever shop. I don't know how to describe it, or like a 7-Eleven or something.
Oh, just like convenience store.
Yeah, convenience store, something like that. Anyways, I snatched Yuri's wrist, which was in the process of opening a desk drawer of mine.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be ready for it, but
Get the dog.
I'm gonna be ready for it. But also, I feel like this could just be like an aggressive move, because the fact that he just, like, the way it's phrased, I snatched her wrist, like, that's aggressive. That's an aggressive move towards someone. Should I put him up preemptively?
Yeah, just in case. I don't think it's gonna pop up for a little bit, but
Okay. It should be up right now. I'm just looking up. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry. No, it's not it. It's not it.
alright, put it down. You're good.
I'm taking it down. I wasn't thinking for some reason. I was just spacing out. It's fine. That's I keep my Kleenex box in there, and my you know, you don't need to know. It's fine. I let go of Yuri's wrist. Uh-oh. Okay, now I'm worried again.
Wait. Is that? Oh, never mind. I was looking at her hands and it looks red almost, but it's just the shading.
It's just the shadow. Yeah. But also, what an aggressive move. I know she's like, well, it's kind of an invasion of privacy to like just go for a drawer like that, and she says she's spacing out, but also just to grab someone's wrist like that, that's a really aggressive move. That makes me uncomfortable. She puts both of her hands firmly in her lap as if making sure she's keeping track of them.
Her hands are behind her back. If anything, she's like doing nothing. She is not keeping track of her hands.
She's not keeping track of them. She can't even see them. They're behind her. They're not in her lap at all.
She's lying.
She's lying. So, should we get started? No. Why did it just didn't even explain what that was about. I didn't want her to look in my drawer. What's that? It didn't say what's in there.
I think it was just like fucking with people who had the game spoiled.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's for the purpose of what we know already, the wrist thing. But I just think it's really weird. I don't know. I feel like they should have given a reason for me to grab them like that, to grab her like that, cuz that's weird. Yes.
I have a few things planned that you can help with. Decorations and other atmospheric enhancements.
Atmospheric enhancements?
You know. Mood lighting, aromatherapy candles.
Oh, wow. I didn't know you planned on taking it that far.
Of course.
This bitch trying to get laid.
How romantic. Candles, ooh.
I want to help take our guests to a faraway place. Although, many will stop by just out of curiosity. And for cupcakes, I guess. I'm determined to provide an experience that will leave them wanting more.
That's great. It's easy to forget that you're a pretty intense person.
Intense?
Oh my god, what's wrong with me? I guess that's the
Really
best way
not
to
the
put
best
it.
way to put it,
It's
but
not. It's really not. What is wrong with me?
quite honestly the opposite of what she is.
Yeah.
Is that a bad thing?
Oh, no, not at all. It's something that I like about you, actually.
Is that so? That makes me feel relieved. And kind of happy.
Yeah, no need to be so anxious. You can relax a little.
Relax. I brought some things for relaxation. I was gonna use them during the poetry event.
Oh yeah, like what?
Let's see.
Yuri rummages through her bag. She pulls out a few candles, a wooden cylinder-shaped object. I don't like this. Where's this going?
I don't like it.
I did some shopping on the way here, so I happened to have these in my bag.
Happen. Right. This is on purpose.
Well, what you got there, bud? Is that the grip?
I plan to cover the windows in black paper and use the candles to light the room.
Uh-oh, it's about to get romantic.
I think that would be amazing, don't you?
Don't we have curtains?
Yeah, I feel like... Okay, so the way I didn't understand kind of how this was gonna happen, I guess it's like in individual classrooms.
I thought it was gonna be outdoors, like the central courtyard, like we had with our club rush.
I was about to say, I think we were both thinking it would be more like that, since that's what we experienced out in the quad, where, yeah.
But again, aren't Japanese schools like 4-story tall complexes and stuff?
I think... I don't know, because I feel like they've got that in America as well. I think it just depends on where. So I don't know.
They got them Wayside School.
Wayside School.
A 31-story building with one classroom on each floor.
Did you ever read the one where like the kid was like not present when the teacher called their name and then no one acknowledged their existence?
Yes.
That one freaked me out.
Storybook, they're fucking hilarious.
That one's
such dry.
I don't know. That one scared me when I was little. I was like, oh, what? And he went to like the 13th floor, which normally didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went in there and it was a bunch of adults and they're like, yeah, we've been stuck here for years. How'd you get here?
I remember that one freaked me out.
Anyways. Yeah, that would be really neat. What's the wooden thing though?
Oh, this? It's a clarinet. I mean, it's a diffuser for essential oils.
Uh-oh. She's a Karen.
I would have rather it have been a clarinet.
It's my clarinet.
I use it for diffusing essential oils.
I use it for diffusing the mood.
Sour note.
How familiar
Have you
are...
ever heard of a brown note?
Have you ever heard of brown note?
And then
Everyone proceeds to shit themselves in a half-mile radius.
Now then, we'll be selling fresh underwear for $20 a pop.
that's the fundraising. Yuri comes by with her clarinet and plays a brown note, and then they get all their money from selling fresh underwear.
And then they turn even more of a profit by taking said soiled underwear
and
and selling it in Japanese vending machines.
And then they just do that process all over again the next day.
wonderful system, really.
How familiar are you with brown note? I mean, aromatherapy.
Kind of is aromatherapy if you think about it.
No, oh, you know what? You have a point. They're really one and the same. Not familiar at all.
Is that so?
Why did they say that a lot?
It's one of my favorite contributors to a positive atmosphere. Depending on the oils or herbs you choose, you can change the mood of the air itself. You can even feel it permeate through your body. Relaxation, positive energy, romance, reflection. It's almost like magic.
Yuri takes the cylinder
After that line, Sayori killed herself. She's dead right now.
and with that line, Sayori watching from her window straight into mine.
She's got binoculars.
She-
Yeah. She sees Yuri put up the black paper in the window in your room, and then that's when
That's when Yuri's like, here, let's test it out. She puts the paper up. She lights the candles and stuff. Sayori's like, all right, that's the nail in the coffin. That's the camel that broke the haystack.
That's it.
That's
Yuri,
it.
Yuri better get on the goofy shit already. Come on now.
Come on. Yuri takes a cylinder and pushes a switch at the bottom. In just a moment, a thin ray of vapor begins to spout through a small hole on the top. Wow, that smells wonderful. What kind of mood is that one for? What'd you say?
Thanks, it's my ass gas. I turned it into an essential oil.
Thanks, I've been farting into this jar for years.
She's the Joker, and it's actually laughing gas. This is the latest in a line of Joker schemes. I really wish. I feel like sometimes I could do the Joker voice, but I don't think I could force myself to laugh like that. Like how Joker does, and I really wish I could. Anyway,
Get Mark Hamill on this show.
how does Mark Hamill Joker laugh?
Join us.
What happened?
Mark Hamill, if you're watching this Twitch stream, join us.
Mark Hamill, if you're out there, we need you.
Help us, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're our only hope.
Mark Hamill, please. You're our only hope. What kind of mood is that one for?
This is a jasmine essential oil. It smells a little sweet and flowery, right?
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
I chose jasmine for the event because it provides more than relaxation. It provides sexual tension. No. Jasmine enhances your emotions and helps you feel them flow through your body.
Yeah, so sexual tension.
Sexual tension, okay.
You feel warmer and your heart pounds more heavily.
Okay, we get it.
Okay. We get it.
Don't you think that will be perfect for sharing our poems? Don't you think that will be perfect for sharing our bodies? I mean, poems. I mean,
no. No, actually, I meant bodies.
no, actually, I said the right thing the first time.
Sorry.
Well, why do we talk like a robot? It does sound suitable.
This is written by Mark Zuckerberg.
This is written by AI, so Mark Zuckerberg. It does sound suitable, sir.
It is acceptable.
Acceptable. But you seem to know a lot about this, so I'll trust your opinion with anything. Yuri smiles gently, clearly enjoying herself. She again reaches into her bag and pulls out several spools of thin ribbon. What are those for? I don't know what ribbon is. I've never seen it before.
Well, I got a prank for Sayori.
Well, actually, before I stopped by your house, I stopped by Sayori's.
Just deliver her some ribbon and said, you know what to do. And then I winked at her and left.
Actually, Monica put me up to that.
It's all Monica's idea.
Monica is the puppet master.
Did you purchase the origami paper I asked you to get?
Yeah, I have it over here.
We won't be using the paper for folding origami.
Well, what the heck?
Then why do we have it?
What is wrong with you? Don't you know anything, Yuri? It's called origami paper.
What I'd like to do is write down a different word on each paper. We'll need about 100 of them. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah? What will those be used for? I'm clearly clueless.
Well, I'm gonna cut pieces of ribbon to hang from the doorway in the classroom. Then we can fasten the paper onto ribbons to create a doorway curtain.
Oh, I guess I was wrong. I mean, I don't want to judge Yuri, but that sounds like a dumb idea. So I guess I want to judge Yuri.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? It would also catch the eye of those passing by the room. It may attract someone to peek inside.
That's really creative. Wow. I have no original thoughts. I had no idea you'd be so good at this, Yuri. Alright, I get it. I'm just complimenting her. I know why now. I don't really think it's a good idea.
Just for putty.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I do get a little intense, as you put it. Oh ho ho ho!
Yuri giggles with red cheeks, but not on her face. Is it just me? Or, or is she more relaxed when it's just the two of us? She's in a turtleneck. Who wouldn't be relaxed? That looks so comfy. Comfy? That looks... My career is over. Forget it. Forget I said anything. Or maybe it's just the excitement she feels from sharing something that she enjoys.
Here's a marker, Luna. You can write any characters you want.
Go draw on this piece of paper in the corner. I'll be busy over here.
Why don't you go draw a pretty picture and I'll be working over here, and when you finish up, go ahead and show me, and I'll let you know how you've done.
That's a masterpiece. That's
Wow,
right
that's
on the-
great. Why don't we put that on the fridge, huh, buddy?
Hangs up with the little Dalmatian magnet. A puppy dog magnet.
Puppy dog.
I'll help you once I finish cutting the ribbons.
Alright. Sitting on the floor, the two of us get to work. I carefully draw a different character on each paper, doing my best to manage my bad handwriting. Right, we really got the job switched up here. Yuri unravels a long strand of red ribbon to her desired length. Then she reaches into her bag once more and pulls out a pocket knife. That's a little intense, Yuri. What do you use that pocket knife for?
I don't like this anymore.
I feel threatened. Oh, never mind. The knife is strangely beautiful. That's what I meant to say. The silver handle has an intricate pattern of waves etched into it. The blade itself is gently tinted blue, except for the edge of it, which is red.
Do we get like a pretty picture of it?
It doesn't look like it. That's no ordinary pocket knife. It looks really
It was a kitchen
fancy.
knife in the fan art I saw.
It was what? A kitchen knife?
I thought it was a kitchen knife in the. It's probably just because it's fan art. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. I'm sure we'll see.
Well,
Embarrassed, Yuri looks away, and it's not for the reason you think. What is it?
you're gonna think it's weird.
Whatever it is, I have no reason to judge. To each their own, you know?
If you promise you won't be weirded out.
I have big iron over here. Trigger, finger on the trigger, right?
Finger on the trigger. With the chopper, we just live it.
If you
If you promise you won't be weirded out.
yeah, I promise.
Alright. The thing is, I'm kind of into knives. They're just so pretty. I can't help it.
Okay, that makes me really unsettled. Only because I know the story.
Yeah.
Just enough to know that that's unsettling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I like knives, don't get me wrong, but knives are cool, but...
Ah.
I don't know what it is. The combination of craftsmanship and feeling of danger, maybe. What am I saying? Please don't think I'm weird up for this. Ah ha 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 yeah. Ah ha ha ha. You're laughing at me. Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, goodness me. Oh, gracious. Oh, good heavens.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. Knives are so funny. It's funny how nervous you get about sharing. It's an interesting thing to be into, I guess. But I think it kind of suits you.
Suits me?
Yeah, it's kind of intense. Ha 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 ha. Besides, it's really cool. It's a really cool looking knife. I can't deny that.
It is, isn't it?
Yuri relaxes her expression once again.
Would you like to hold it?
Sure, I'll check it out. Yuri carefully hands me the knife with the handle facing me. I take it and turn it around in my hands. It feels heavy and extremely solid. Where do you even get a knife like this? Curious of its sharpness, I feel the point of the knife with my index finger. I'm gonna cut myself. Oh! What the hell? Why is this knife so sharp? What's wrong with you?
I've only held like a truly sharpened knife once, and that shit is scary sharp when it's sharpened properly.
Uh-huh.
Lorna! Why did you do that? What the hell's wrong with you? You know it's a knife, idiot.
Dumb shit.
I didn't expect it to be that sharp. I barely touched it at all.
It's my fault. I should have warned you. I sharpen my knives a lot. A lot. This knife is extremely sharp.
You're telling me, bitch.
It can cut through skin like it's paper.
Alright, I get what you mean with the voices.
Yep.
Oh no.
You see the one line, and then it feels really fucked up to try and talk.
Yeah. A small drop of blood trickles down the side of my finger. Yuri takes the blade and gives the wound a closer look.
Ah.
She stares at it and noticeably fidgets. Oh god.
I wanna taste it.
If you're squeamish.
Oh, that's me. If you're squeamish, I'll go wash it off now. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Without warning. Without warning, Yuri puts my finger in her mouth and licks the wound. What the fuck?
I called it, and I didn't expect it to happen.
I mean, we were all thinking it, right?
We were all thinking it.
But also, you don't expect it at the
And you're
same
only supposed
time.
to expect it.
Cause it's weird. Cause it's weird. You could think it, but you don't expect it because it's weird. This should not be happening.
And it's weird because, like, the most close you come to, like, getting that intimate was feeding each other chocolate.
Yeah. I feel hurt. I don't want to read that. That's weird.
Yeah, audience, you can read the
I-
fucking screen.
Audience
line.
probably knows how to read. They're probably not like me. They're probably not illiterate. Startled,
No.
Startled, I instinctively pull my hand back, but then I push it farther.
Oh. Please forgive me. I wasn't thinking. Oh god.
Yuri lowers her head, her face burning up. Yuri, that's the most embarrassing thing. Oh,
That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done. I'll never come back from this. Jesus, I gotta move.
Yuri, calm down. Just do it with my dick this time.
just.
How could I do something like that? Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Sure, it was a little weird, and it took me by surprise, but I'm into it. But I guess she was just trying to help, right? Yuri, I think you're overreacting a little. In fact, we should get back to
Hey,
it.
You're underreacting, Luna.
Yeah. Yeah, he really is. I don't think she's exaggerating here. This probably is the weirdest thing she's ever done.
Oh.
She doesn't lift her head. What if she doesn't recover from this for the rest of the afternoon? Alright, you know what? Oh my god. Why is he so dumb? Because he's gonna do the exact same thing to her. Right?
I'm pretty sure, and I don't like it.
It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. It's not cute. It's weird. This might be a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I start a lot of my actions that way. With that exact thought process.
I've done it so often that I don't even think it anymore. It just kind of happens.
I take Yuri's hand and and lick her index finger in return.
Luna, what the hell? I'm leaving
Immediately, she slaps me and leaves like she should.
Did you really just do that?
No, we're even. Ha 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 ha. This is literally the guy that's like, oh, taking a shower without me, or like, oh, no one likes me, but maybe you would like me, maybe. Like, this is the kind of person who we are right now, and it's disgusting.
This just drives me bonkers.
Yuri just looks at me like I did something wrong, 'cause you did! Like,
neither of these two characters are in the right now. It's just uncomfortable and wrong.
It's just uncomfortable. Like, how does he go through this process? Like, why is she looking at me like I did something wrong without thinking that he did something wrong? She's looking at you exactly like she should because you did something wrong. Ha 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 ha. He's laughing about it. He thinks it's funny.
You're laughing. You licked my finger and you're laughing.
You're laughing about it. You licked my finger and you're laughing about it.
I know.
I knew that would be a bad idea. If not for the sweet aroma of the jasmine oil, the air would be extremely heavy right now. No, it's really heavy. You're just...
It's still pretty heavy. I'm be honest, I feel like carbon monoxide in this bitch.
You're so weird, Luna. Ha ha ha.
Passes out from carbon monoxide.
The canary falls from the roof.
Yuri giggles shyly. Eh? Yuri calling me weird? I have no response to that.
Where do you keep your bandages?
In the drawer.
In the drawer. Let me grab one.
Pushes like 5 bottles of like empty lotion to the back of the drawer just to reach one band-aid
Pisses
that's stuck to the...
Pushes away all the pee jars, all the pee bottles. So it's the
desk is just full of piss.
what do they call them, like coom caves or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Just the piss drawer.
Yeah. No, but do you know what I mean? They call them like coom caves or something like that.
I've never seen it, but I think I know what you're talking. I can kind of gather.
It's those rooms that are just like so disgusting. Coomer caves. That's what I imagined. They like open the closet door and like 20 bottles just filled to like 2-liter bottles.
Have you never seen the piss drawer?
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's like a little kid in a Batman costume fucking crying on his bed. There's an open drawer next to him just filled with piss. The caption is mom found the piss drawer. That's why he didn't want to open it. He's gaming too much. He doesn't want to leave. He just pisses in the drawer next to him.
That's disgusting. But we should do that. That's a video in itself. Just looking at pictures of those. Anyways.
Of Coomer caves.
Yeah. I don't think I need a bandage actually. It was a tiny cut. Look, it already stopped bleeding.
I see.
Puts finger back in her mouth.
Huh.
That's relieving.
The tension is quickly lifted. No, it isn't.
Really not.
Let me tell you right now, it was not.
In fact, it may be heavier.
It's probably way worse. We each resume our respective activities.
Me drawing my funny little picture in the corner while she does all the work.
Huh. I start watching anime in the corner. I get really distracted. I forget I'm supposed to be writing. It's really hard when she's here and I can't just ask Alexa for
a
words.
second, I thought that was actually what it said, and I had to like take a double take to what the words were because it didn't sound out of place.
Right? Anything could happen now. I watch Yuri's knife cut through the ribbon like it's nothing but air. Meanwhile,
Really, you would take a knife to cut ribbon with. It just doesn't sit right.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I continue to make progress on the paper. Yuri left. After we finish attaching the paper to the ribbons, we lay them out side by side. It looks better than I expected and will be very effective as a door curtain. It looks great. Good thinking coming up with this, Yuri.
Oh, thanks. It's just something I saw on Pinterest, really. Are you ready to move on to the next task?
Yeah, let's do it. What do you have in mind?
I'd like to create a banner. That's why I asked you to buy the paint tablets.
It's like those little like books you buy in like a Walmart or something, where it's like those terrible little watercolors on the side of the coloring book. It's one of those.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm glad. Oh, that's alright. That's right, my bad. One of the items Yuri had asked me to buy was a kit of watercolor paint tablets. That's exactly what it is.
We'll need about 6 cups of water to put each of the tablets in.
Never mind, she's making Easter eggs or something. This is like...
It's weird.
Yeah.
Do you mind fetching those for us?
Of course not.
You don't have the watercolor, don't you?
I don't know. I feel like something's happening. 6 cups of water.
What if we just like get completely fucked and Yuri does the shitty thing first?
Her wrist thing?
Her wrist thing. What if that happens before Sayori or whatever?
That's what I think.
You know what? If I remember correctly, I think I know what happens to what's her name?
Natsuki?
Yeah, I think I know what happens to Natsuki, but I'm not certain, so I won't say anything.
I have an idea, but I'm also not certain.
Mhm. Yeah, it's weird. We'll see when it comes to it.
I feel like this is like an excuse like to get out of the room, and when we come back she's like checking on her arms or something. I'm afraid.
Mhm. I'm worried about it too. Just have Stound at the ready, I guess.
I keep saying Big Iron. There's a part in the song where it's like talking about having a fast trigger finger. That's what I mean.
Oh no, I know what you're
Okay. Alright. I'll be back in a minute.
Thank you very much for leaving your bedroom.
The purpose of the Rangers to talk about today.
No one dared to ask his business. No one dared to make a slip. Anyways.
Thank you very much. Oh, and just a little bit of water is okay. If you fill the cups too much, it'll be too diluted.
Okay, yeah. So watercolor. Taking Yuri's advice, I decided to use a small plastic bathroom cups rather than full-size glasses.
He's got the little Dixie cups for his mouthwash.
Oh, ew. But yeah. I put them on a plate to catch any paint that drip. I put them on a plate to catch any paint that drips, then bring it back to my room. Yuri.
Yes.
I come in to see. Oh my god.
You read it like a book.
Like a book. This entire game, like an open book right now. I'm so glad I'm literate, unlike our character.
Literature club. Doki doki.
Doki doki. I come in to see Yuri quickly unrolling her sleeve, pulling it back over her arm. Nothing. Your face is a little red. Is it too hot in here or anything?
No, not at all. There's nothing wrong, so let's...
What if she had like just cut herself?
Like in that moment, like she's bleeding through her sleeves.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty brave. Actually, she brought a knife where she specifically said it could cut through skin like paper. And already we knew that was sus, but really makes me...
Like it.
Yeah. You got me thinking now.
Let's mix the paint.
Yuri hurriedly dismisses me and takes it upon herself to unwrap the tablets, dropping them into the cups.
So, I thought we would do something simple that would look very nice. I'd like to paint a gradient across the banner. Starting with colors for a sunrise, then daytime, then sunset and nighttime.
I want to paint a frog.
I was thinking of painting my favorite anime character, actually.
I was thinking. I think Natsuki would like that a lot.
Actually, I was thinking more like this. Colors outside the lines.
Creative freedom.
Be creative, everyone.
Actually, everyone, draw outside of the lines.
Once it dries, it'll be... I'll write an inspirational quote across the banner. We can hang it on the wall behind the podium at the front of the classroom.
Ah, neat. I really don't care, do I? What are you gonna write? As if he cares at all.
He really doesn't. He's just trying to get in her pants.
Well, it will be more fun to surprise you.
It's gonna be my poem. Yuri smiles at me. If you say so. After rolling out the banner, Yuri and I kneel on opposite sides so we don't get in the way of each other. Yuri uses a brush and adds a few dots of different colors across the banner just to serve as a guide when we paint. This kind of reminds me of elementary school, how primitive and bad it is.
It just insults her art.
Painting on a banner with watercolors feels like the art class projects we had back then. Yeah, that's basically what we're doing. It's relaxing.
I'm sorry if this feels too childish.
No, I didn't mean that at all. No, actually, you kind of hit the nail on the head, or however that goes.
No, that's how it goes.
You kind of hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I was thinking. No, I didn't mean that at all. Sorry, I got carried away. It's kind of fun, you know?
Yeah. It is fun. I'm glad you feel that way too.
Yuri stops painting for a moment, thinking to herself.
For me? I don't need to go out and do crazy things to have fun. In fact, I usually don't even want to.
She's perfect for us. All we do is watch anime. That's all we know about our character. And we don't read. I forgot about that. We watch anime and don't read.
I just like it when I spend time with one other person. Even if it's something simple like reading, it doesn't even matter if we don't talk much. Just having a friend next to me makes things feel a little bit nicer. I think that's all it takes for me to be happy.
Is that so? Even if Yuri and I are quite different, I can understand where she's coming from. For instance, oh my god, there it is! I feel that way about things like anime and games. We're simply sharing an experience with someone where simply sharing the experience with someone can make me happy. I think I feel the same way. Yuri smiles gently.
I knew you'd understand.
Yuri leans over the banner to grab an unused paintbrush, but I move at the same time, causing my head to bump into hers. We fall onto the banner and rip it.
Ruining the paint.
Ruining it completely.
Kya! Kya!
Like, it'd be funnier. She's leaning in to do it, and he takes his chance and just like fucking rams his skull into hers, headbutting her.
She's like hands and knees, like leaning to grab something, and he just slams his skull out.
He goes primal mode. He goes full battering ram and just fucking like goes primal instinct. This is my territory. And just fucking just blows his skull.
For a second, he's a Neanderthal, and he just goes, boom.
He's dense enough to probably revert to caveman mode.
He probably is. Sorry. Yuri reels back, and I quickly lift my hands in surprise. Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt. It just startled me, that's all. Sorry, I should have asked you to get it for me.
It's not your fault. Your face. There's droplets of paint on Yuri's face and neck. Oh, really? I don't see them.
Is there something on my face?
Yes, let me clean you off with my tongue.
I was about to say, this is gonna be another moment, another really weird moment. He's gonna be like, yeah, let me get that for you. Yeah, I accidentally got paint on you. Sorry, it's totally my fault. I'll get a towel right away. It's gonna... I'm ready. My finger's on it. I rush out and fetch a small towel, then I dampen it with hot water. I return to my room and kneel back down in front of her. Okay. I was scared. I almost did it because I saw it transitioning.
Nice art.
Nice art. Here. I pat Yuri's. Huh?
She looks like when you take your Mii on the Wii and you like accidentally turn your eyes the wrong direction.
They're
Now you can like rotate them. You actually like, turned it left instead of right, and then she just gets wall-eyed.
yeah, they're a little far apart. They look a little odd. I
She
pat.
has no eyebrows, or she does, but it's like barely over her tear ducts.
Yeah, wait, what? They're like they like start and then immediately, like not even halfway through the eyeball, they're gone.
They just fade away.
You can't have like eyes that huge and not have eyebrows, I feel.
I still stand by the idea that Japanese and American art are just complete opposites.
They really are. In America, I really hate that about American art sometimes in shows where it's like, let's make these characters as ugly as possible. Cuz I don't care how good the story is. If it looks awful, I'm just not going to look at it.
Americans just focus on the nose, and Japanese focus on the eyes and mouth.
Yep. I pat down Yuri's face and neck with a towel. Is something wrong?
It's hot. I just didn't expect it.
Sorry. I didn't want to use cold water. Having finished, I start to retract my hand. She's holding it, but Yuri suddenly holds my wrist.
Wait.
Oh, I didn't like that. Why did she opened her eyes really weird? Did you see
I
that?
saw it. It was like a weird, like, it's like using the fade out filter on Google Slides.
It faded out, but it made it look like also like blinking. It was weird.
Very uncomfortable.
Wait.
Eh?
Just
There it is.
for a little longer.
Oh, I didn't see it that time.
It feels really nice.
I keep my hand still against Yuri's neck. She looks into my eyes. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her books. I think something's gonna happen. It's an intense expression that I recognize from when she reads her boobs.
Boobs.
Hey, you're the one showing me all the porn. I love that video so much. You're obsessed with boobs. Hey.
You're the one showing me all the porn.
What does this remind you of? Almost as if she's lost in a daze, enveloped by her own thoughts. She breathes gently, half through slightly parted lips.
She's a mouth breather. We made a wrong mistake. Go back. Let's just go with Natsuki now. Let's just restart it all. She's a
Huh.
mouth breather.
Mouth breather alert. Look out, everyone. What is happening? Is this the aroma of the jasmine oil giving me this dizzy feeling? Or is it the carbon monoxide light bulb that I broke the other day?
The carbon monoxide leaking into the room.
Is it the carbon monoxide that's slowly leaking into my bedroom? Yeah, it's like
Maria's dead on the floor.
yeah, I was about to say, it's like it transitions from this scene to like both of us like tweaking out on the floor. Yuri's gentle fingers wrapped around my wrist send a tingling sensation through my arm. Aw. And suddenly her face seems to be much closer to mine than it was just a moment ago. It's happening.
Her head was just inflating.
It's happening. It's like, have you seen the people use it on TikTok or Instagram when someone's about to kiss someone or something like that, but it's when they're like the Mexican announcers for soccer when they're talking about what's happening. No, they're like talking about what's happening. They're saying a name in the specific one. They're saying the name. They're like blah 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 blah, blah, saying it a lot, and they're just like getting louder and louder and more excited. And then it's goal. That's what it is. We're about to get to the goal. Yuri slowly pulls away. Aww. Damn.
I don't think you can actually hit first base in this game.
You do or don't?
I don't think you ever get to hit first
I
base.
don't think so either.
Like, I know for a fact you didn't in the first one. I think it might be like a part, like you might get a chance if you do it specifically correct in this version, but I'm not sure. Because I think there's 15 different endings.
Dang. That's quite a few.
That or Shadow the Hedgehog.
Okay. Who posted my nudes on Twitter.com? I love that so much.
Sorry. I've been feeling a little lightheaded today. Is there by chance carbon monoxide slowly leaking into the room? I didn't mean to space out.
It's fine. Rats. Grr, maybe next time. The moment's over as soon as it began. Yuri picks up her brush again, but her movements seem clumsier, like she's unable to focus. I remain silent, forced to ignore the event that just transpired. I hesitantly retrieve my own brush and continue following Yuri's example. That should do it! I finish filling the night sky with white dots that look like stars. With watercolor? White on black?
I'm assuming they have like one thing of acrylic.
Yeah, one thing of like white gel pen or acrylic paint. You gotta, because there's no way. Not with watercolor paint.
No, exactly.
Looking at the banner as a whole, it's very pretty and natural looking.
I think it came out better than I expected. I'm really happy with the results.
Yeah, me too. Are you gonna add the lettering now?
Not yet. It needs to dry first, idiot. Don't you remember me saying that, dumbass?
Yo, but you forgot to put the pin.
That's true, but won't that take a while?
Well, perhaps it would be best to leave it here and then have you bring it in the morning. I can do the lettering in the classroom before our event starts. Is that okay?
I'll ask my mommy if you can stay the night.
I'll ask mommy if it's okay to have my friend sleep over. Actually, you should ask. If I ask her, she'll say no.
You could have hot chocolate and Dino Nuggets?
Me when I go to your house? Oh, food here? Oh, 2% milk?
Food? Real edible?
Food? That's totally fine.
Wonderful. In that case, I don't think there's anything more for us to do here.
Phew, I thought she'd never leave.
Phew, I thought she was gonna kiss me or something.
God, I was afraid I thought she was gonna kiss for a second there. I was terrified for my life.
You say that like you're glad it's over.
That's 'cause I am!
Was I wrong to assume that you were enjoying yourself a little bit?
No, it's
Yes.
not. No, it's not that. I hated the time here. It was awful. I couldn't wait for you to leave. No, it's not that. I'm just glad that we managed to get everything done.
I see. I am too. I was a little concerned about time. I need to start making dinner soon.
Ah, so you don't have any time left? I was secretly hoping we would have extra time after finishing our work.
Well, ...
Yuri thinks to herself.
I think it would be too irresponsible for me to wait much longer. I'm sorry. I was hoping there would be more time as well.
It's probably my fault. I screw everything up. No one likes me. Blah blah blah. You know all that boring stuff Sayori was talking about.
All that shit that Sayori said, except about me.
All that stuff Sayori said. You know, I just feel like I should say that for sympathy. Sorry for being such a slow worker. Oh God, I'm the worst. No one likes me.
No, it's not your fault at all. And the important thing is that we got everything done, right?
Yeah, I guess.
So, I shouldn't be disappointed or anything.
Gathering all her things, Yuri seems to look a little downcast. I understand why. It sounded like she rarely gets the opportunity to spend time with friends in a relaxed environment. But that doesn't mean this is the last time it can happen.
Oh, it's the last time this is ever gonna happen.
Probably, yeah. I think everyone dies before the next time anything happens. Once Yuri packs up, I walk her out the front door.
Thank you very much for having me today.
No problem. I'm glad I was able to help. Just let me know if there's anything else you need me to bring tomorrow.
I will. Well then,
Yuri fidgets.
I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
It might be
Wait!
weird if, like, there's a section where you go up to your room and you see the knife is still in your room and it's got blood on it or some shit.
Yeah.
That'd be creepy.
Oh, this is our house, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say that earlier. This is the one with the weird balcony. Wait, no, this isn't.
No,
like, either of the
this
two
is a
houses.
different one. It's neither of
You know
them.
what I think it is?
Huh.
I think it's because the perspective is us with our back towards our house.
This is someone else's house. This is across the street.
Like no, like the two that we see at the beginning. those
Oh.
are the two that are across the street. Either that or that's what's happening right here.
Yeah.
But I assume that's not the case because this was the position that we were in when we first saw her waiting out front of her house.
Oh, yeah, so this is probably our house.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's still wrong, and I'm gonna bring it up because there's so many things wrong with it. There's no sidewalk, first of all. The style is completely different.
I was just gonna say, isn't it like commonplace for like in some spots of Japan to have like houses like literally in alleyways, or is that just what their streets look like?
Maybe, I don't know. I couldn't say. But here's the thing here. Assuming this is on the same street even, you could see elevation, like underneath the fence, that is elevated above the street. It's also elevated look in front of the gate under the pink. It's elevated for the plants and for the street. The street is elevated above where the gate is.
Those are some small bushes.
I don't have any problem with the
That's
bushes.
a small fence in general.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Look at the bottom how the street is higher than the floor where in front of the gate. If it rains, our house is getting flooded.
Oh yeah, what the hell?
That's what I'm saying. Not only is it inconsistent, it's-
that's literally like a step down.
it's straight up bad. Yes, it's bad design.
Horrible. The person that made this game, fantastic artist, horrible architect.
Fantastic artist, horrible neighborhood designer.
Yeah,
I'll say.
no, just awful. The props to the creator of this game. Just right now.
It's really
props
good.
to you did a really good job.
And we love it. But I
Yeah,
have
the
to point
adorable
out,
stuff.
I have to point this out because I'm looking at it.
I don't know, I think we're probably the most in-depth viewers of.
The only people who care about the background.
Subs architecture.
Yeah.
It's like one of those videos where it's like actual hitman watches
Architect plays Doki Doki Literature Club.
exactly that.
Or engineer. That's the meme. That's the meme, is that architects don't know what they're doing and they make engineers suffer.
Hang on, before you continue, I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I am hankering. You might want to get some water or something while I do this.
Okay.
Yes, I'll be back.
Okay. What to do while he's gone? TBH? I don't know. Let's just go to Tetris. I still have it open. I could get water, but... And we'll keep the music. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. It's been a hot second. Okay, hold on. Alright. So, the backstory here is I used to play Tetris in mostly my freshman year and a little bit my sophomore year, and I got really good at this version of it, except I never play now, so I'm pretty terrible. But I used to be really good at it, and my high score on this version of it was 300,000. But it's also a little bit broken, because sometimes when you're at the very bottom of it... Oh, why would I do that? What is wrong with me? sometimes on this version, well, all the times on this version, if you get stuck somewhere, you just need to get to the bottom of it and then like keep turning it. So like down at the bottom where you could see the outline, if I just kept turning like this, then I could get away with doing that without it being stuck for a while. And you'll see what I mean by that later on. Could I have? Oh yeah, I could have done that. Boom, boom, boom. Oh wait. Yeah, see, I'm not too shabby, but I haven't played this in a long, long time, so... Oh boy. Yeah, we need to get back down there, because I messed up with that one part, and now there's just a random hole down there. That's not okay. It's not what you like to see at all. Oh boy. Oh, that can't go there. Okay, here it is. It's finally free, and we can fix our mistake. Oh, actually, you know what? I just remembered. I would do this a lot more my sophomore year too. Because my sophomore year, for some backstory, I got a lot more into my robotics club than I was my freshman year. I was a lot more like dedicated to the work, I guess. So I guess not dedicated enough, because one time during a break where we literally had nothing to do, not during actual robotics time, but like during a competition when we were volunteering, it was like breakfast or something, because it was super early in the morning, so we didn't have any responsibility yet. I pulled out my Chromebook and I was like, boom, Tetris time. And the entire time, one of my teammates was like, oh, don't mess up, oh, don't screw it up, like breathing down my neck about it. And so I messed up a lot, but you know, it was pretty silly, funny stuff. We're just messing around, having a good time. So no hard feelings or anything. We were just having fun. Look at that. We finally got a Tetris. And also, I don't know if it does this in other Tetris games. This is really the only version I've ever played. But it oh! It'll slowly start going faster and faster. So when I say my high score was 300,000, I mean like I'll probably never in my life get that high of a score again. Like that was absolutely a fluke. But previous to that, my high score was probably around 200,000, I think. But I also remember like what a big deal it was the first time I ever got to 100,000. I don't know. I know it's like super boring stuff, but well, if you're not into Tetris, it's probably super boring. But this is probably the only game like this that I've ever played that I like dedicated myself like that. Oh my god, this is disgusting. Oh no no no. Oh my god, why do these all suck? Oh my god. Oh, and right before this one. I'm choking a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, there we go. Alright, time to slowly start fixing all those mistakes I just made. Ooh, I didn't realize how free that was. Oh, okay, thank god that ended up in a good spot. Oh, see what I mean? It didn't immediately get stuck there, and that's what happens in most Tetris games. You could kind of move it around still, so it's a little bit of a cheat. See? Like that. That should have been stuck. In any other game of Tetris, it would have been. but it wasn't. Oh, but see how it's going faster than it was earlier? Hate it. But I do love the challenge. And I can't believe I got to 300,000 before, because right now I'm struggling so much to keep up with this. Nope, nope, that can't go there. But this can. God dang. Oh, okay, that worked out. I didn't mean to do that. So, that was a stroke of luck. I think he's back.
I'm back.
He's back. Welcome back. How's it going?
Keep playing.
Keep
I have a
playing.
theory.
You have a theory.
Hang on.
See? That should have been stuck. Oh. Okay, here's the part where I really choke. Oh, what's wrong with me? I just made that so difficult. Nope. Okay, oh my god. See? No, I needed that blue one for the side right there. See, like that. Should not be possible. Oh no, this ain't good. Nope, that was perfect where it was. Leave it be. See that? It's possible for me to have done better, but I just didn't, sadly. So, sounds like he'll be back soon. Anyways, maybe I should fill up on water or something, because it sounds like he also went somewhere else. Alright.
I was just fixing my window.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You ready to
Window
continue?
out of yeah, so basically, I feel like this right here is going to be a kiss. This is wait.
Yeah, I feel like that's gonna. Well, yeah, I feel like that's gonna be the same.
Sayori's going to see it.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I didn't think that far ahead, but I did think this was gonna be a kiss or something.
Anyway, Sayori's going to see it, and then
Yeah. Wait! I kind of say without thinking. About today. It's fine we didn't have as much time as we wanted, because we can do this again. Whenever you want, you can come over, or we can go out somewhere. Go out. I forgot you don't like going out much. As I stumble over my words, Yuri simply smiles bashfully. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say, so...
You're very thoughtful, Luna.
Yuri takes a step closer to me, then briefly squeezes my hand. You're a little close.
I kind of like.
Why did all the music stop? Jesus. It's really eerie without it.
Serious.
I kind of like that about you.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? Oh my god.
Kiss.
But I don't even get a chance as Yuri suddenly pulls back.
Oh shit, she did see it.
Sayori.
Uh-oh.
Oh fuck. Ah shit. Ah shit.
How many nails are going into this coffin? How many camels need to die?
Hi, Luna.
Oh, hey. Sayori! Just now, we weren't,
It's okay, Luna. I just stopped by to say hi.
You just stopped by to ruin the moment.
Well, it's nice to see you. I'm sorry, but I'm already on my way to leave.
Oh, really? That's too bad.
I'm sorry. But we'll all be together at the festival tomorrow, so that's fine, right?
Of course.
Jesus, this plane is loud.
Yeah, I could hear it actually. Also, there's no chance that everyone's together at the festival tomorrow.
Not a chance.
So I don't think it's gonna happen in the morning. I think it'll be like on the way back or the morning after the festival that we'll be like, where was Sayori?
Yeah.
Of course.
Sayori beams.
Yeah, so I'll see you tomorrow.
Jesus. Clearly embarrassed, Yuri hurries off faster than Sonic.
Sonic speed, I was about to say. She just like booked it.
Sayori waves goodbye after her. Sayori. I thought you didn't want to come over today.
Well, I tried staying in my room, but my imagination was being really mean to me.
You know what she was imagining.
So I had to come and see it for myself.
See what? What are you talking about?
You know how much fun you were having with Yuri, and how close you got to her. It makes me really happy
She's crying.
that you've made such good friends.
Bro, I'm gonna be crying in a second here.
That's all that matters to me.
Tears start to fall down Sayori's face.
That's all that matters to me. Why am I feeling this way, Luna?
Don't ask him. He's literally the worst person to ask.
Yeah, maybe go follow Yuri.
I'm supposed to be happy for you. Why does it feel like my heart is split in half? It hurts so much.
This is the first time she's actually making a different face for this.
She's genuinely sad.
Yeah.
It hurts so much.
This is heartbreaking.
Told you, you fucked up. But we fucked up together.
It was a team effort.
This would be so much better if I could just disappear.
Sayori, don't say that.
It's true, Luna. If I wasn't here, then you wouldn't have to waste your sympathy on me. You wouldn't have to put up with me being so selfish. Monica was right.
Oh my god, Monica's such an instigator. Bro!
Oh, she did.
She
did. tell
She
her to
literally
kill herself.
did. Oh, sorry, I didn't let you read it.
No, that was it. It was Monica just whatever.
It was I should just.
Mm-hmm.
Monica? Monica was right about what? Sayori. What I said before is true. I'm not gonna let this continue. Caring about you like this isn't a burden your mind is making it out to be. It's something that makes me happy. That first half was like actually the right thing to say. I feel like it's not a burden that you are making it out to be is better.
God, you had it for a second. You had it.
He had it. He almost. It's something that I wouldn't trade for anything else. See, but then you say that and you're like, that can be taken differently, I feel. He's not being careful and he really should be. So even if it takes an entire lifetime.
It's gonna take her entire lifetime.
Oh my god. Why would you say something like that?
Uncomfortable.
I'm gonna be by your side until you don't feel any more pain. Well, you kind of will. In a way.
But
Sayori looks away. I put my hand on her shoulder to reassure her.
scared, Luna. I'm really scared.
What are you scared of, Sayori?
I'm scared that
Oh, something's gonna happen.
I might like you more than you like me.
It's true though.
She has a point.
He's like, well, you're not wrong.
Sayori.
It's true, isn't it? I was weak and started to like you too much. I did this to myself. Luna, I like you so much that I want to die.
Foreshadowing.
I like you so much that I want to die. That's how I feel. And
That's enough.
That's
I
enough.
don't care.
That's enough, Sayori. Could you shut the fuck up? Shut up.
You're droning too much, bro. we had a moment there, but then you just pushed it too far, bro.
Sayori, you're really pushing this agenda of yours, aren't you?
Laughing through sheer anxiety
Oh,
and
yeah.
discomfort.
I don't want you to hurt anymore. Oh my god, like,
That was the wrong thing to say.
his
bud.
skull right now he's so dense. I slide my hand down Sayori's arm and squeeze her hand in my own.
I wonder if at the end of this it'll. Okay, so have you ever seen a YouTube video on Shadow the Hedgehog?
No, I don't think so.
So how the level progression works is there are 3 endings to each level.
Uh-huh.
Depending on which one you take, it like shows you a map, and it's basically like it's 1 square, 3 squares, 9 squares, and then I think it's 12 squares.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, it basically goes by 3s, and then it just shows like the box you were on, whichever ending you chose, it moves the arrow to the next box.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if it'll show like a diagram of the choices
Oh.
we made at the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what
Yeah.
you mean. Anyways, this is like a really toxic, horrible line, but do you remember how I said I always know what's best for you?
Oh fuck, that's not good.
That's the worst line. Do you still believe me? No, no one ever should if anyone says that.
Mm-hmm.
Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Even if you don't understand all of your feelings, I understand all of them, so you should listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you need the most right now. What is it, Luna? Tell us. And that's what I'm going to give you.
Do I love you? Do I love you? We're not even gonna come back to it, so
So what do we do? Does she die either way? Is life meaningless? Do we get choice?
you don't get choice. Either way, either Monica's gonna like do the cutting thing, or Sayori's gonna kill herself. Do you really want to just keep going down the Yuri path?
If we weren't too far into it before, then how are we not too far into it now?
Do you really want to make Luna as shitty as possible and just say you'll always be my dearest friend?
I don't know what I want. Dude, I want...
Does me genuinely, like, I would have picked I love you, but I don't think that'll go good either direction.
Why is this so stressful? It's 2 choices.
I love you platonically.
I love you as a friend. Oh, you thought I meant... Oh, well, this is really on you for misunderstanding.
Oh, fuck. Do I love you and let's not think too much about it?
What happened?
Do I love you and not think too much about it?
Now Yuri's gonna die.
Mm.
She's confused. Those are my true feelings. So there's no way you could like me more than I like you.
Alright, no, never mind. He ruined the moment. Go back and pick the other one. If he's gonna be shitty either way. We don't want to ruin our chances with Monica through one line.
You mean Yuri?
Yeah, Yuri, I meant.
Do we want to see where this goes in like a second here?
See what her reaction is, and then if
Yeah.
yeah, let's do that.
I should have realized it sooner. It's actually on me.
Yeah, you should have.
It's my fault. But spending time with everyone at the club, making new friends, and having fun with you every day, it helped me realize that you are truly the most important person to me. That's why I'll accept any of your burdens, as long as we continue like this every day, with you by my side. Then I know we'll both be happy.
Luna.
Oh, what the heck?
Alright, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this path.
Wait,
I'm
but
okay with this.
our person exists. Why didn't we get one of these with Yuri?
I'm wearing a tuxedo.
I'm wearing it. I think I'm wearing just a sweater. No?
It probably is a sweater. It just looks like a tux. It's weird.
It is. It does look like a tux, kind of, actually.
Alright, so right here we decide. Are we sticking with this or are we...
It's.
You put so much effort into Monica, but I don't want to see Sayori die.
Yeah. There's.
I've put more thought into this conversation right here than I've put into many real life choices.
Huh. It's a death either way. It's Yuri's death or Sayori's death. I think we should. I think we should go back.
Let's go back.
Okay.
As much as I really do want to see where this plays out,
Yeah.
I don't want to get the game for myself and check it out.
Yeah. Okay. But also, we should have. Weren't we basically hugging Yuri earlier or something? And we were saying that our character
We
doesn't.
couldn't see it.
Yeah, we have like a shadow character, so we can't see ourselves. But now we are, and
Mhm.
we don't have a face, but like we're there. Loading.
Ugh. Yeah.
Goodbye, Sayori. I'm sorry.
We could always go back after we finish the game to this one load right
Well-
here.
We'll go back to it.
Mm-hmm. That'll be a different stream.
You'll always be my
But we'll call
dearest
it
friend.
This time we don't kill Sayori. That'll be the name of the stream.
This time Sayori lives. What you need most is for things to be like they've always been. I'm a
No,
good
it's
guy.
Really shitty. No, really shitty.
Monica told me the truth. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Oh.
She told me how much happier you seemed after I joined this club. I know you're struggling with some really difficult feelings right now, but please trust me that I know what's best and what will make you happy in the end. I promise I'll help get things back to the way they were.
I see.
She hates this. Oh my god. Sayori forces a smile through an incredibly pained expression.
I feel like this is like the suckiest part because like we genuinely have different picks on the people. Like as much as I do like Yuri, I feel like if I played this genuinely, I would have gone for Sayori sooner.
Man, I don't know. Okay, like it's all like baseline stuff. Like, what do we actually know about any of these characters?
It feels weird how little we know about Natsuki.
We know, yeah, that too. But it's all like we have like baseline knowledge.
I feel like if we went with Natsuki's route, it would have kind of ended in the same spot with us and Sayori.
Yeah.
It's like no matter what, the idea of Sayori is always gonna lay on your shoulders.
Mhm.
Anyways,
Well, Natsuki and Yuri are kind of parallels to each other, and in the same way, Monica and Sayori are. Sayori's like the every girl, like the girl next door, and Monica's like the perfect one, I guess. That's how they play her out to be.
Uh-huh. And then Natsuki's the loud one, and
Yuri's the quiet one. Yeah. And then even in their like poem, like not poem, writing styles,
they're
are
completely opposite.
yeah, they're opposites.
I guess another way of putting it is Sayori doesn't know anything, and Monica knows too much.
Yeah. Also, I just read the next line.
Is that weird? Is this what it feels like to get stabbed in the chest?
Oh.
I should write a poem about this.
Sayori.
I wonder if I got to keep that picture of them hugging.
I don't know. Maybe.
It's okay.
I'd probably not, but maybe.
It's just my punishment, remember? For being so selfish. So please. Please don't worry about these stupid feelings. I know you're right. I knew this whole time that there's no happiness down this path.
Down our path that we're taking.
Huh.
That's why I came here. Just so I could get the answer I needed to hear.
Well, you didn't get the one you needed to hear, that's for sure.
Yeah. God dang.
And the other thing. You're also right that I just want it to go back to the way it was. I realize that now. You really do know me better than anyone, Luna. I'll trust you with anything. Anything at all. So,
Sayori's smile finally breaks. All of a sudden, she turns around and drops to her knees. Clutching her head with both hands, she screams as loudly as she can. I'm so shocked that I don't know how to react. What the hell? Sayori looks over her shoulder and flashes me one more weak smile before turning around and running off. Sayori! No answer. I'm left helplessly standing in the front of my house.
I feel like all these people are toxic in their own way,
Uh-huh.
but we're the worst one.
We're the worst. I really hate this.
There's a lot of reasons you should feel horrible about this, Luna.
There's nothing more that I could have done. Well, that's not true. The most I can do is support Sayori through her feelings and help her on the path that's right. But I'm having as much trouble understanding Sayori's feelings as she is. Even though I confidently told her that I understand them, like a terrible person. Even though I can comfort her, I keep wondering if I should be doing something more or something different. I know these thoughts will continue to plague me until things are back to the way they were. I'm gonna give it everything I've got. Sayori will always be my dearest
That's
friend.
foreshadowing, telling you to replay the game.
Yeah, that's foreshadowing, saying like, are you dumb? Did you miss that part where you were supposed to do the right thing? And I'll do whatever it takes to put a smile on her face every day, except for the one thing she wants. It's the day of the festival. I've trigger finger ready. Of all the days I expected this to be the one where I'd be walking to school with Sayori, but Sayori isn't answering her phone. I considered going to her house to wake her up, but decided that's
Yeah, no, we have no
little
choice
too
in the matter.
much. It's too late already.
We have no choice in the matter.
Meanwhile, the preparations for the event should be nearly complete. The banner Yuri and I painted dry is dry, and I gently rolled it up to take with me. She sent me a pleasant text reminding me to not forget anything, and I reassured her. Funny enough, I probably feel the same way as Natsuki about the event. I don't know what that means.
Natsuki was like butthurt about it and didn't think it was going to be any good.
Oh, she didn't want to do her poem and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more excited for it to be over so I can spend more time with Sayori and Yuri at the festival. Well, but knowing Monica, I'm sure the event will be great too.
Did that not pick up?
Oh no, it didn't.
Luna,
Oh, there we go.
you're the first one here. Thank you for being early.
That's funny. I thought at least Yuri would be here by now. Monica is placing little booklets on each of the desks in the classroom. They must be the ones she prepared that have all the poems we're performing. In the end, I found a random poem online.
You mean what we've been doing the whole time?
You mean, yeah. What are you talking about? This is no different than what we did at the beginning of the game. In the end, I found a random poem online that I thought Monica would like, and I submitted it. So that's the one I'll be performing.
I'm surprised you didn't bring Sayori with you.
You're not surprised. You know what you did. Well, we did. It was a team effort, Monica, up top. I'm really trying here. Yeah, she must have overslept again. That dummy. She's so dumb, and I hate her. She's dumb.
Oh, you really did say that, dummy. Oh.
Yeah, that wasn't
Talking
me.
ill
I
of the
just
dead.
exaggerated it. That was...
Talking ill of the dead. How wonderful.
You'd think that on days this important, she'd try a little harder. Oh my god, I have no sympathy for her at all.
Oh my god.
Even if you don't know what's happening, he knows she's depressed.
This line right here, you should have tried better.
Yeah. I say that, but I suddenly remember what Sayori told me yesterday. Yeah, idiot. I suddenly feel awful knowing
Good.
it's not nearly that simple for her. Good, you should feel awful.
Good.
Bad
Fucking
person.
monster.
I only said it because it's the way I'm used to thinking. But maybe I should have gone to wake her up after all? She knows what we're thinking.
You should take a little responsibility for her, Luna.
Yes, I agree.
Easy. In fact, full responsibility for what happened.
I mean,
Oh shit.
How does she know that?
Did Monica text? Did Sayori text her? Did Monica Monica. Not Monica. Fucking Yuri didn't see it.
Yuri
I
didn't
wonder
know.
if Yuri would have stayed to watch if we had done the Sayori route.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't like this.
I mean, especially after that exchange you had with her yesterday. You kind of left her hanging this morning, you know.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! That's not funny.
Mm-mm.
That's not funny.
Mm-mm.
That's very unfunny. That's just fucked. Oh.
Dude,
You want to go back and say?
I want to cry. Exchange?
We're definitely going back.
We're-
and doing that situation. after
Yeah.
This game is over.
This is our first run through. This is the imperfect one. We need to be nicer to her later.
Ugh.
Exchange? Monica, you know about that?
Of course I do.
What the hell?
I'm the club president after all.
That explains nothing.
That explains nothing, you dumb whore.
But I stammer, embarrassed. Did Sayori really tell her about it that quickly? About how
You had it all night.
Yeah. About how I basically turned down her confession? That makes me really seem like the bad guy here. It
No
it
shit.
it doesn't. Well, I kind of disagree with him. I don't think it makes him seem like the bad guy. He just straight up is the bad guy.
Yeah, yeah, no, you are the bad guy here.
Duh.
Ugh. I do not like.
But I'm the one who knows what's best for her, right? No, you need to stop thinking that.
That line hurts me more than any other line in this entire game.
That-
The ones where he says, "I know better."
I know what's best for you. No, you
That one
don't.
fucking hurts. That one hurts the most for many reasons. Oh,
Jeez Louise.
goodness gracious! Oh my goodness!
You don't know the full story at all, so
Don't worry, I do.
I do. Mmm.
I probably know I probably know a lot more than you think.
I'm sure you do. Eh?
She winks and her eyes bloodshot, but then she winks again and it's back to normal.
Oh, that would be a creepy visual. Monica's being as friendly as usual, but for some reason I felt a chill down my spine after hearing that.
There's a loud snap from about a mile away from the school.
It's Omni-Man. It's him breaking the sound barrier. That's what I imagine. That, like, the scene where he opens his eyes and completely bloodshot.
Because he got his thumbs what's his name? Immortal's thumbs jammed into his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's weird that Immortal is fucking Abraham Lincoln, canonically.
Yeah, that was a little funky.
In the comics, it's a lot funnier, because, like, he does a lot more throughout history.
Uh-huh. There's a lot of, like, Abraham
Apparently,
Lincoln
the season's gonna be 20
specifically.
episodes long.
Oh, I saw that. I'm
So
excited
I
for that.
really need to finish the comics, because, like, I don't know how far the series is going to get into
Mhm.
that point, because the first few episodes, it ends. Okay, so it takes stuff from, like, later comics,
Yeah.
but it ends, like, the whole Omni-Man, spoilers for people who haven't seen it, the whole Omni-Man, like, fight, like, that, what's his name, where he just gets the shit kicked out of him,
Mm-hmm.
that's in, like, the third comic. Or, like, in the third, what's it called?
Series or whatever. Like,
Like, because I read the, what's it called? The thick books, the ones that, just, are like a compendium.
a collection
No,
of the comics.
Yeah, there's a name for it, not compendium, because compendium's like 50 of the comics.
Yeah.
I read the ones that are like story separated.
Yeah,
so it's
it's the full
there's a
story of
arc,
it.
Like it's like 7 comics each. I read those,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like by the third one of that's when it happens. So there's a lot of shit that is missing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spoil it for you because there's a lot that happens in the comics, but something about Amber.
Okay.
Do you care too much about that, or would you rather just wait and see it?
I'd rather wait and see.
Yeah, I'll let you do that then. Hey, do you want to check out the pamphlets?
I want to know why you're insane.
They came out really nice.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I grabbed one of the pamphlets laid out on the desks. Oh yeah,
No,
they.
not that one.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me get another one. Here we go. Oh yeah, they really did. Something like this will definitely help people take the club more seriously.
Yes, I thought so too.
I flipped through the pages. Each member's poem is neatly printed on its own page, giving it an almost professional feel.
Again, I feel like this is better. This game is better. I said this on Friday. This game is better knowing only a little bit about it
Uh-huh.
compared to knowing everything and not knowing at all.
Yeah.
Was that line of the "you left her hanging" like that's fucked?
Yeah, that's
That is completely fucked if you
if
you know what's coming.
yeah.
Ugh.
It's not good. I recognize Natsuki and Yuri's poems from the ones they performed during our practice. What's this? I flipped to Sayori's poem. It's different from the one she practiced. Oh my god, it's gonna be awful. It's one I haven't read before. I'm afraid of this. It's gonna be like written in blood or something. Oh my god!
Get out of my head! 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 Get out of my head!
The title.
Get out of my head! 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 Get out of my head!
That's not what it says.
Oh. Get out of my head before I do what I know is best for you. Get out of my head before I listen to everything she said to me. Get out of my head before I show you how much I love you. Get out of my head before I finish writing this poem. But a poem is never actually finished. It just stops moving.
What the fuck?
So I feel like, no, there's no right answer in this game.
I don't. Yeah.
I think the only right answer is to not pursue any of them specifically and do like each of the 3 days for the poems. Do it for one of them in particular.
Yeah.
That has to be the only way that you can do it.
Before I do what I know is best for you. That's referring to us.
Yeah.
Or is.
Before I listened to everything she said to me, that's what Monica told her.
Yeah.
Before I tell you how much I love you,
That's to
the
us.
action itself. For my head before I finish writing this poem, ending her life.
And then. But a
The
poem
poem
is
never
never
actually
actually finished.
Her life, it just stops moving.
Which is to this. Which is her
Mark.
dying. It hurts. This game is painful.
No, I told Andy to tune into a stream.
To this
Oh.
one?
Just a stream in general.
I
I was hoping you'd tune into at least one of these ones.
I'm kind of glad he's not. This hurts.
No, he loves this game.
Does he?
Yeah. When I told him that we were playing it, he got super excited.
Oh, that's cool. It's
Told him we're
just.
doing a Yuri run, and he said, "Oh boy."
Oh my god. Oh boy. That can only
Since
mean.
there's so many endings, there's no way that he knows which one we're taking. I assume there's 3 endings for each character. That's probably not it in the slightest. Let's continue.
Let's continue. Ah. What is this? Reading the poem, I get a pit in my stomach.
I get a pit in my stomach from even doing the meme reading of it. What the fuck? Luna! What's wrong?
Nothing.
You know what's wrong. You know what's wrong. You
Yeah,
daft
like,
bitch.
why say nothing at this point? Like, I know, she knows, I know she knows. It's the TikTok song, we all know.
And I know.
And I know she knows. And she knows I know she knows. And I know she knows I know she knows. That I know.
Da-da-da.
This poem feels completely different from everything else Sayori's written.
No shit.
Yeah. Oh my god. But more than that, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go.
Goes back to the old load.
I changed my mind. I loads game. I'm gonna go get Sayori. So trigger finger on the dog.
No, stay. Oh. Well, all right. Try not to take too long, okay?
Oh, okay. I almost switched it right there. I quickly leave the classroom.
Don't strain yourself.
And then I slam the door shut. Monica calls that out after me. Don't strain yourself. Like a strained rope? Like, do you know what I mean? Is that something too? Or is that... Or am I just looking into it at that point?
I think you're looking into it at that point, but that could work.
Okay.
Don't strain yourself trying to take her down from the roof.
I
Don't pull a hammy.
quicken my pace. I put it up already. Okay, I take it down. This is gonna be a thing. I'm afraid.
I hope we get the black screen before it happens.
Yeah. What was I thinking? I should have tried a little bit harder for Sayori.
A little bit.
Ah.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Huh. It's not a big deal to at least wait for her or help her wake up. Even the simple gesture of walking her to school makes her really happy. Besides, I told her yesterday that things will be the same as they've always been. That's all she needs and what I want to give to her.
I have such a pit in my stomach right now.
I'm gonna throw up. I'm gonna throw up or start crying or something. Like I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but it's disgusting.
Mommy, if we do get sick from this image, because I've seen it, but I've never taken a good look at it.
Yeah, like this is like I'm
Go
full.
to your mom and say, "Mommy, I fucked up."
I messed up. I messed up bad. I reach Sayori's house and knock on the door. I don't expect an answer since she's not picking up her phone either. Like yesterday, I opened the door and let myself in. I'm so scared.
Stoutland up.
Oh,
Stoutland
it's
up
up,
now.
it's up, it's up, it's up. I'm leaving it up. Sayori! Dude, I'm so afraid to look at this. I'm so afraid to look at this. I want to wait for the stream to catch up so I can look and see if Stoutland's there. I'm looking at it right now. I don't want to take any chances here, because I don't even want to look right now.
This
Okay,
will get you banned.
yeah, Stoutland's up. She really is a heavy sleeper.
Surprised the roof didn't cave in.
I've also never taken a good look at this.
My eyes are watering right now.
I swallow. I don't want to click it.
It's better to just get it over with.
I can't believe I ended up doing this after all. Waking her up in her own house. Isn't that more like something a boyfriend would do? Oh my god, get over yourself already. In any case, it just feels right. Outside Sayori's room, I knock on her door. Sayori! Wake up, dummy.
Oh, insulting the dead.
There's no response. I really didn't want to have to enter her room like this. Isn't it kind of a breach of privacy? I don't want to look at this.
At this point, no.
But she really leaves me no choice. I gently open the door. Oh my god!
my
Jesus! Oh my god! Oh my god! Why is it so much more animated than everything else? I thought it would be a still frame. Oh my god! An exception has occurred. Game file scripts chapter 5.rpy line 307. See traceback text for details. I'm gonna. What the hell? What the hell? Is this a nightmare? It has to be. This isn't real. There's no way it can be real. I hate this so much. Sayori wouldn't do this. Everything was normal up until a few days ago. That's why I can't believe what my eyes are showing me. I hate this so much. Oh, I suppress my urge to vomit.
It's not as gruesome as you think it is.
It's not. It's just.
Still fucked. Though.
It's
still not okay.
Yeah, it's
her face. It's her face.
It's her face, and it's the fact that it's so much more animated.
Her clothes is falling off. It was like Slenderman coming into the room. Like the room got staticky. All the characters' little things popped up in the background. It was weird. I don't like it.
She's like, I think the worst part.
I'd say don't take off Stoutland until we get back to school.
Yeah, that's the plan. Ooh. It's the fact she's so much more animated than they always are, because it's always a still frame, but she's swaying.
The pit in my stomach is just not leaving.
I feel it in my eyes. My eyes are so tensed right now, and
that's how I felt. It wasn't that they were watering, it was that it was like just the pit in my stomach had moved to my eyes.
I suppressed the urge to vomit. Just yesterday, I told Sayori I would be there for her. Yeah, you're an idiot. Why would she do this? How could I be so helpless? What did I do wrong? Turning down her confession. That has to be what pushed her over the edge. Yeah, obviously. We know we messed up. We know it was... Her agonizing scream still...
More.
Her agonizing scream still echoes in my ears. Why did I do that when she needed me the most? Why was I so selfish? I'm sorry. This is my fault. My swarming thoughts keep telling me everything I could have done to prevent this. If I
Check the
just...
load. I want to see if it deleted everything in that weird, sketchy instance. Okay, good. Okay, good.
It was like a weird glitchy thing. If I just spent more
It looked like
time
it was
with
gonna
her.
pull some bullshit and delete all of your save.
That's what
files
it
and
looked like
go
it was
back
gonna
and
be. It was doing like the weird
Like, it was-
glitchy
it was
thing.
like-
Where it's like, it's on purpose. It's the game being glitchy on
It was
purpose.
totally on purpose. It was like .exe stopped working in the background bullshit.
Yeah, but... Walked her to school and gave her what I know she wanted out of our relationship, then I could have prevented this. I know that I could have prevented this. Screw the literature club. Screw the festival. I just lost my best friend, someone I grew up with. She's gone forever now. I just want nothing I can do to get her back. This isn't some
Except for
game.
maybe.
This isn't some game where I can reset and try something different. Unless I hate this. I had only one chance and I wasn't careful enough. Now I'll carry my guilt with me until I die. Nothing in my life is worth more than hers.
What if we do reset it and then Monica's like, I know what you did last summer.
Monica's like, I know what you did.
You have to replay the game, stupid.
But I still couldn't do what she needed from me. And now I can never take it back. Never, 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 never. That's the end.
That's it? That's it? That's it?
That's all we get from that? This game is not suitable for children or those who are easily disturbed. Oh, that's not it. That's not it.
Oh, shit. Okay, take Stoutland down so people can see this.
Yeah, it's down. It's been down. The stream will catch up right now.
Now I really do think that it's gonna be glitchy. What is that? Start new game?
This, I think, is start new game.
Do the load game.
It's mostly Monica,
Mm-hmm.
but it's also the other two, but it's definitely not Sayori.
Sayori's just gone. Load the game, tell her we love her.
File error.
I knew it would happen!
Character/sayori.chr. The file is missing or corrupt. Starting a new game. It's not giving us the option. What the hell is
So we just
this?
Continue. Oh shit. You got an achievement for it.
Yeah, but Sayori starts the game, so without her, it's all broken.
Just nonsense.
Is it gonna be Monica? I see an annoying girl running toward me from the distance, waving her.
I think the goal is to play this over and over again until there's no one but Monica left.
I think that's what it is. She's totally oblivious to any attention she might be drawing to herself. That girl is my neighbor and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently, and I would get tired of waiting up. That line now.
It's so sad.
But if she's gonna
Oh.
if she's gonna chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let catch up to me. Oh, this is a seizure.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
It's an order. The game is changing. It's
The
adapting.
game is completely changing.
It's an ordinary.
I can't say I knew this would happen.
I didn't know.
I feel like it was kind of explained to me at one point that like there's no going back, but
I didn't know this. It's an ordinary school day like any other. Mornings are usually the worst, being surrounded by couples and friend groups walking to school together. It's now pushing us into the romantic narrative immediately. Meanwhile, I've always walked to school alone.
she just doesn't exist anymore.
That's what I'm saying. The game is adapting. She doesn't exist and now it just changed. That's why it restarts. I always tell myself it's about time. Oh, so I need to be the driving force why I joined the literature club now. Because that was Sayori. I always tell myself it's about time I start meeting girls or something like that. But I have no motivation to join any clubs. I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. The frog in my throat right now? There's always an
I don't know if
anime
I'll be able to
club.
Sleep comfortably tonight.
Yeah. I don't know. There's always the anime club, but it's not like there would be any girls in it anyway. Actually, I think Natsuki is in both clubs. I think that's the
Oh, yeah.
lore. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. I think Monika's gonna have to show up. I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall looking for an ounce of motivation. Clubs. There really aren't any that interest me. Besides, most of them would probably be way too demanding for me to want to deal with. I guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Luna. Monika?
Oh my goodness. I totally didn't expect to see you here. It's been a while, right?
Ah.
This is like intended for you to have put the game down and then not come back to it for a while.
I don't think so.
That's your response to what she just said.
It's been a while, hasn't it? No. You don't remember?
You don't remember?
Yeah, it has. Monika smiles sweetly. We do know each other. We rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. Monika was probably the most popular girl in class. Smart, beautiful, athletic. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so genuinely feels a little... What did you come in here for anyway?
Oh, I've been looking for some supplies to use for my club. Do you know if there's any construction paper in here? Or markers?
I guess you could check the closet. You're in the debate club, right?
About that. I actually quit the debate club.
Really? You quit?
Yeah. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. It feels like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy to make something special out of it.
In that case, what club did you decide to join?
Actually, I'm starting a new one. A literature club.
Literature? That sounds kinda dull. How many members do you have so far? It's gonna be like 4? 3?
It's kind of embarrassing, but there's only 3 of us so far.
Jake's in chat.
You missed so fucking much.
Jake, it got disgusting.
It got fucked. It was fucked. I don't even want to tell you, just because like if I would literally just recommend this game for you. But I guess we have to tell him because of what's happening right now.
Jake is sick today.
Damn.
I'm sorry. I hope you feel better, Jake.
Yeah. But basically what happened was we had Yuri over and we did some construction stuff, and before we had done that we had gone to Sayori's house to check in on her. She explained to us that she deals with crippling depression and that she hates her life. And basically by the end of the day with Yuri, Sayori comes out to say hi, but like me and Luna's character and Yuri are holding hands and they're about to kiss or whatever. Yuri gets scared and runs away, and then we were presented with a question from Sayori about like how she loves us more than she loves that she loves us so much that she wants to die, and then we're presented with the question or like the statement, I love you more, Sayori, or I love you as a friend or something like that, like you're my best friend. and we picked We Love You first because it seemed right. But then it turned out that wasn't the right. Or then we were like, oh, but we worked so hard to get Yuri's affection, so we go back and we pick the You're My Best Friend, and it completely fucked up the story to the point where Sayori is basically killing herself overnight. We go to school, talk to Monica, who knows more than she leads on. She tells us some bullshit. She's like, man, you really left her hanging, didn't you?
You really left her hanging.
You should go back and get her. And then we go back to get her, and like the entire game starts freaking out. She's hanging from the ceiling, and then it just says the game's over. And we get the choice of either starting a new game or loading a save file. But you can't load anything because the character's basically deleted from the code. So, So it says start a new game, but it's all like cursed text. And when the game starts, the character's just like an amalgamation of all the other characters, and the text is unreadable. And it sends us straight into the game, but instead, Sayori just like never existed. It's weird. It's fucking trippy.
The story is adapting to go on without her existence.
Mm-hmm. It's fucked. Good though.
It's good, but it's bad.
It's really hard to find new members for something that sounds so boring.
Well, I can see that.
But it's not really boring at all, you know. Literature could be anything. Reading, writing, poetry. I mean, one of the members even keeps her manga collection in the club room.
Wait, really? A woman? Manga?
Yeah, it's funny, right? She always insists that manga is literature too. I mean, she's not wrong, I guess. And besides, a member's a member, right?
Did Monica say she? A woman that likes manga? What the hell?
Amine?
Amine?
Hey Luna, by any chance are you still looking for a club to join?
I mean, I guess so, but,
In that case, is there any chance you could do me a big favor? I won't ask you to join, but if you could at the very least visit my club, it would make me really happy. Please?
well, I guess I have no reason to refuse. Besides, how could I ever refuse someone like Monica? Sure, I guess I could check it out.
Oh, awesome. You're really sweet, Luna. You know that?
Oh, I'm the best, except for that one time. It's nothing, really.
Shall we go then? I look forward to the material. I'll look for the materials another time. You're more important.
She's being more upfront about it this time.
Yeah.
And
She was
thus...
very vague and distant for the whole game,
Uh-huh.
but now she's being really like pushy and talkative.
And thus,
And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul to Monica for her irresistible smile. In the original one... In the original one, we say we sold our soul for one of Natsuki's cupcakes after Sayori gets us to join.
Mm-hmm.
I dejectedly follow Monica across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit. Monica, full of energy, swings open the classroom door.
I'm back! And I brought a guest with me.
Oh,
Oh. Creepy.
girl one.
A guest?
Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere.
That's exactly what you said the first time.
Don't be mean, Natsuki! But anyways, welcome to the club, Luna.
All the words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls.
It's
So-
all so familiar.
So,
She's still labeled as girl too, even though she directly called her Natsuki.
yeah, that's a little odd. So, let me guess. You're Monika's boyfriend, right? What? No, I'm not. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes her look like a first-year student.
Anyways, this is Natsuki, energetic as usual. And this is Yuri, the vice president.
Nice.
Sayori the vice in the first one?
Yes, she was.
Funny how that works.
Funny how that
I wonder
works
if
out.
Natsuki would have been the vice president if we had taken that alternate route with
If- Yeah.
focusing on not like if we focused on Natsuki
On
and then did everything the same.
if it was if we had chosen Sayori after all,
No, like
or if we went with Natsuki instead of Yuri.
yeah, and like just did everything the same.
Oh, actually, yeah. I wonder.
I don't think this is actually a game that we can go back and redo. I think we might have to just delete the game and then.
And then re-download it when we're done.
Uh-huh.
I think you're right.
It's nice to meet you.
Yuri, who appears comparably more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with someone like Natsuki. Yeah, it's nice to meet both of you.
So I ran into Lorna in the classroom, and he decided to come check out the club.
I also just realized the only other person you played is dead, so I'm carrying the voiceovers now.
Yeah. I can read your inner monologues.
It's fine. I thought I should point it out. I might want to get a cough drop.
Isn't that great?
Wait, Monika! Didn't I tell you to let me know in advance before you brought anyone new? I was gonna, well, you know.
You talking? Make cupcakes.
Make cupcakes, mayhaps?
How did you know?
I've done this all before.
I've been here before.
Sorry. I didn't forget that, but I just happened to run into him.
In that case, I should at least make some tea, right?
Yeah, that would be great. Why don't you come sit down, Luna?
I do know this much, that like it's basically what we went through already over and over again until you end with
Yeah.
Monika.
Yuri walks to the corner of the room.
Which actually makes me question if my theory on what happened to Natsuki is right now.
If she would be vice president, or what?
No, like what happens to her.
Oh. Yuri walks to the corner of the room and opens the closet. Meanwhile, Monika and Natsuki sit across from each other. Still feeling awkward, I take a seat next to Monika.
So I know you didn't really plan on coming here. But we all make sure you're feeling right at home, okay? As president of the Literature Club, it's my duty to make sure the club is fun and exciting for everyone.
How thoughtful. I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. Must be hard to start a new club.
Must be hard, especially not having 4 people.
Especially not having it must be hard to start a new club. That's what I meant to say.
You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all the efforts to start something brand new. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. Because it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, Natsuki?
Well, I guess.
Natsuki reluctantly agrees. Such different girls, all interested in the same goal.
Hang on a second, I'm talking to my mom.
Okay. We'll wait for Holden. This game. Huh. Oh, that yawn was nice. Like I said earlier, my eyeballs are hurting. They're tense. Earlier, it was like dry tears. It was terrifying. But yawning, you know, I don't know about y'all, but it makes my eyes water a little bit. So it was a nice little release. Anyways, if you'll...
Not for my mom.
What happened?
Not a fan of the game.
What?
Not a fan of the game. My mom.
Oh, she doesn't like it?
She doesn't like it.
Why? What does she know about it?
I just explained it like really quickly. And she's like, "That's okay." And just walked away.
Okay. Okay then. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these two. Yuri returns to the table carrying a tea set. She carefully places a teacup in front of each of us before sitting down the teapot in the middle and an empty cup on another table. Why does she do that? You keep a...
Wait. She sit down 4?
No, I didn't say that. Well, yeah, she... No, well, no. Oh my god, what am I doing? No, she didn't, but I said that.
Oh, I was like, that would have been creepy.
That would have been a cool detail, but no. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom?
Don't worry, the teacher gives us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book?
I guess. I can't read.
Don't let yourself get intimidated. Yuri's just trying to impress you.
That's not a...
Insulted, Yuri looks away.
I mean, you know,
I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. What? Whoa. Well, oh yeah. Okay, I read that right.
I'm glad.
Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief.
So, Luna, what kinds of things do you like to read?
Well, I can't read.
I can't read. I can't read.
Considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga, I mutter quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. It looks like she wants to say something, but she keeps quiet.
Not much of a reader, I guess.
Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without even thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyways, what about you, Yuri?
That's what he said the first time we did that.
No, he did say that.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's see.
Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger.
My favorites are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story in such a foreign world is equally impressive.
Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seemed so reserved and timid the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people.
But you know, I like lots of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can so deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination to completely throw you for a loop?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
It is.
Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately.
I read a horror book once. I lie. I desperately grasp something I can relate to at the minimum level. At this rate, Yuri might as well be having a conversation with a rock.
I didn't expect. I'd expect that from you, Yuri. It suits your personality.
Oh, is that so? Really, if a story makes me think or takes me to another world, then I really can't put it down.
I don't know if this was a part of it the first time, but did Monica, was she a part of this conversation the first time?
He's talking a lot more, definitely.
I think it was Yuri said this line still, but I think it was us who responded like that. And I don't know if that's
Yeah, I think Sayori said something about that.
maybe that's it. I don't know if it's looking into it again, but I don't think Monica was a part of this.
No, Monica definitely wasn't. She's really just like stepping in and talking a lot more.
Yeah, pushing herself into our narrative.
Surreal horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world, if only for a brief moment.
You're telling me.
You're telling me.
Ugh, I hate horror.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I just...
Natsuki's eyes
Are we
dart.
gonna keep going after Yuri, or are we gonna change it for Natsuki this time?
I don't know. Do you think if we stick with it, it'll actually make something happen? Because
I hope that'll be the case, but I don't want to replay everything over again just to have it end the same way.
well, whether or not we go for Natsuki or Yuri, and one of them dies, we'll be doing Yuri twice,
So let's just get Yuri over with first, then.
and then Natsuki on the third round. Okay. Natsuki's eyes dart over to me for a split second.
Never mind.
That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki?
Ugh,
That was
Huh?
that line was there, but I don't know if Monica said it.
I don't know.
what? What gives you that idea?
I don't know if I could do the Yosemite voice.
You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. It looked like you were working on a poem called...
Don't say it out loud. And give that back.
Fine.
Natsuki, you write your own poems?
Well, I guess sometimes. Why do you care?
Oh, I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime?
No!
Natsuki averts her eyes.
You wouldn't like them.
Not a very confident writer yet.
I understand how Natsuki feels. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart.
Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example to help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers.
I guess it's the same for Yuri. We all sit in silence for a moment.
Hey, got an idea. How about this?
Huh?
Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monica.
Let's all go home and write a poem of your own. Then next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even.
Huh.
I mean, I thought it was a good idea.
Well, I think you're right, Monica. We should probably start finding activities for all of us to participate in together. I did decide to take on the responsibility of vice president after all. I need to do my best to nurture the club as well as its members. Besides, now that we have a new member, it seems like a good step for us to take. Do you agree as well, Luna?
Hold on, there's still one problem.
Hey, what's that?
Now that we've reached the most important topic, I bluntly come forth with what's been on my mind the entire time. This doesn't work out because Monica just, she already said what happened. I never said I would join this club. Monica may have convinced me to stop by, but I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lose my train of thought. All three girls stare back at me with dejected eyes.
That was Sayori's line.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought.
Humph.
The girls exchange glances before Monica turns back to me.
I guess I need to tell you the truth, Luna.
That they need at least like 4 members or something.
The thing is,
I'm guessing that's what it is.
we didn't have enough members yet to form an official club.
Sayori was the member.
We need 4. And I've been trying really, really hard to find new members. And if we don't find one more before the festival,
I'm defenseless against these girls. How am I supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this? I'd feel terrible for letting everyone down in this situation. And besides, the club itself seems pretty relaxed. So if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with all these beautiful girls.
He wasn't like this before.
He was like this before.
He didn't say that,
Yeah, we commented on it.
did he?
Yeah.
Huh.
Right.
How much you forget in a week, I guess.
Yeah, huh. I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girls' eyes light up.
oh my goodness, really? You really mean that, Luna?
No, pranked. Yeah. Could be fun, right?
You really did scare me for a moment.
I mean, if you really just left her after all this, I'd be super pissed.
Luna, I'm so happy. We can become an official club now. Thank you so much for this. You're really amazing. I'll do everything I can to give you a great time, okay?
Thanks, I guess.
Okay, everyone. I think with all that, we can officially end today's meeting off on a good note.
I wonder what happens if we pick the writing that's supposed to be for Sayori.
Ooh. You want to try that?
Yeah, why not?
Everyone remember tonight's assignment. Write a poem to bring back to next meeting so we can all share.
Yes, ma'am.
Monica looks over at me once more.
Luna, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself.
Yeah. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri cleans up the tea set. I guess I'll be on my way then.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow then. I can't wait.
With that, I depart the club room and make my way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the 3 girls. Natsuki, Yuri, and of course Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I'll just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Oh,
Yeah, let's read it.
that's interesting. I can't convince myself to go to therapy when I'm the happiest I've ever been. I'd rather keep this up until I blow my cover and someone takes me to the emergency room.
That's Sayori. It's weird.
Is it Sayori?
I'd assume. Wait. No, that's probably Yuri.
Yuri?
Mm-hmm. Remember she was staring at her wrists earlier?
Yeah. I think.
How many unlockable secret poetry was there? Wasn't it like 15?
I
12?
don't know. But also,
Yeah, I think it was 16 actually.
This is weird. Interesting. And it's like, you can't tell by handwriting either, it's typed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, they don't even give us as many options, I don't think. Wait,
I think, is it?
I don't even see any of hers.
I don't think they exist anymore.
That's trippy.
So,
I
Yuri.
think that was that Yuri's or was that, what's her name's?
Sayori's? I think it's always been Yuri's.
Let's just do it.
You want to find one that we might think is
Mm,
Sayori's and try it?
Laugh and Game, I think, are both, what's her name's? No, Natsuki's.
Yeah. Wonderful?
Yeah, let's do it.
Interesting. I don't think there's gonna be any in-between option. I think this is just...
I don't think so either. Unrestrained.
I think we're just going through this, right? Like, we don't need to...
Yeah, we don't gotta read them.
Uh-oh.
Contamination. Wow. Tragedy.
Oh, sorry.
That's whatever. Doki doki.
Doki doki. Weird.
This is weird. Unsettling.
Really
Hi, Edward
unsettling.
Luna. Glad to see you didn't run away from us.
That's the first time it started with H.
Oh, yeah, huh? It's always
Or eh.
No, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. Well, I'm back at the literature club. I was last to come in, so everyone else is already hanging out.
Yeah.
Sayori said this last.
Didn't like that.
Thanks for keeping your promise, Luna.
Didn't like that face.
Yeah. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making you dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Oh.
Oh, come on, like he deserves any slack. You already had to be dragged here by Monica. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what, but if you don't take us seriously, then you won't see the end of it.
My voice is gone. Wait, she's in front of the text.
I think that's on purpose.
I also think that's on purpose, but wow.
Natsuki.
Sorry.
She made fun of her big mouth.
Yeah. I don't know.
Monica.
Monica.
I think probably her. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Yeah.
Manga is literature.
Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops back into her seat.
I'm sorry, Luna. We'll make sure to put your comfort first, okay?
Yuri shoots Natsuki with a disappointed glance.
Anyway, now that you're in the club and all, perhaps you'd have interest in picking up a book to read?
Well, I can't really say no either way. Like you said, I'm in this club now, so it only feels right for me to do something like that if you ask.
Wait. I didn't mean it like that. If you don't really want to, then forget I said anything, I guess.
No, it's not that, Yuri. I want to try to be a part of this club, so even if I don't read often, I'd be happy to pick up a book if you wanted me to.
Are you sure?
What happened?
If you specifically did.
If you specifically, babe.
Are you sure? I just felt like, well, as vice president and all, that I should help you, get started on something you might like.
Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book.
I didn't want you to feel left out, so I picked out a book that I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it'll keep your attention even if you don't usually read. And we could
Hop on top.
Hop on Pop.
And we could, you know, discuss it if you wanted.
This is... How's this girl accidentally being so cute? What the hell? Even if she picked out a book she thinks I'll like, despite me not reading much. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically take the book.
Phew. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think.
Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she was waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging around in the closet. I'm really curious. Did this happen the first time?
I don't think so. I think this was like the second day, the third day.
I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more, but at the same time, I would feel bad from distracting her from reading.
I think it was like in the third day you had said that first line.
Weird. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book that she lent me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me, and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I mutter this, sensing I made her uncomfortable.
Oh, it's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so...
That's the book you gave me, right?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to...
Her eyes are not connected on her face.
Oh, what
The
the
left eye's drifting off of her head.
I'm so glad you said that, because I would have not noticed.
It is continuing to move.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny, actually.
If we stay here for a while, how long is that going to happen? I kind of want to know.
It's just watching.
Should we just wait?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to go use the bathroom.
I can't save it or anything.
Yeah, we can't. Oh, you're right, we can't. Yeah, I'm going to let this happen. I'm going to go fill up on water and use the bathroom.
Alright, I'll be here.
Alright, well, we'll see how this goes, how this turns out.
So I guess it just stopped moving.
Hello?
There you are. So her eye just stopped moving like a few seconds after you left.
Yeah, I noticed when I walked in. That's pretty depressing. I really wanted it to just keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Not for any particular reason.
And now her eye is back.
Goofy.
I'm glad you noticed because I wouldn't have caught that.
Moves again.
Is it moving again?
It's like moving in little circles.
Let me.
It's like just barely moving.
Which button is it?
It's actually harder to see without the text there.
Which eye? The left one?
The left one, I guess it just tricked me. That's weird.
Just
It's me expecting it to move.
maybe. Placebo effect. Just curious, how come you have 2 copies of the same book?
Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday, that's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy 2 of them.
I see. There's something fairly obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me, but I decide to let it go. I'll definitely start reading it soon.
I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down.
Foreshadowing for the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, we can save now.
Oh yeah. Should we?
Yeah, probably.
Uh.
Oh, it's all gone.
Ooh.
Then again, we did hit new games, so.
Oh, that's
Oh,
interesting.
we can go. We can go back and check what they said.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
It's a very engaging and relatable story.
Is that so? What's the story about anyway?
Well,
I look at the cover of the book. The book is titled Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous looking eye symbol on the front cover. Basically,
it's about this religious camp that was turned into a human experiment prison. And the people trapped there have this trait that turns them into killing machines that lust for blood. But the facility gets even worse, and they start selectively breeding people by cutting off their limbs and affixing them to. That might be a little bit of a spoiler.
she didn't get that far into it last time, did she?
No, she didn't.
Interesting.
Anyway, I'm really into it. The book, I mean, the book, not about the limbs.
That's kind of sussy. I mean, that's kind of dark, isn't it?
A little sussy.
Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, so that dark turn came out of nowhere.
Are you not a fan of that sort of thing, Luna?
No, it's not that. I mean, I definitely enjoyed those kinds of stories, so don't worry.
I hope so.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. Or maybe you just never knew because you just met her. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different.
It's just that this kind of story, it's the kind that challenges you to look at life from a strange new perspective. When horrible things happen, it's not just because someone wants to be evil.
But because the world is full of horrible people, and we're all worthless anyway.
Interesting. Wouldn't you say?
I'm just trying to read it. Kind of trippy.
Then suddenly...
I'm rambling, aren't I?
Wait, go to the history. I want to see if it comes in like that.
Good question. It does.
Then suddenly...
That's weird.
Yes, it is.
I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't apologize. I haven't lost interest or anything.
Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books fill my thoughts.
My whole... What the fuck? It disappeared. It's not there.
Taking a screenshot.
Hold on. My whole body gets incredibly... And then it cuts off.
Mm-hmm. Ugh.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of forget to pay attention to other people. So I'm sorry if I ended up saying something strange.
I have no idea what you could be talking about. You never say anything strange.
And please stop me if I start talking too much.
I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading.
I think we're the ones that need to worry.
Yeah, we need to stop her from talking. Like what she just did. The least I could do is listen. It is a literature club after all.
That's true.
In fact, I might as well get started reading it, right? What? Did you see that?
I didn't even see it. Or was it? Was it another text thing?
No, she turned all red and glitchy. I'm trying to look on stream. Ooh, her eyes went wide too. She turned like dark red. It was scary.
Now I'm just not gonna take my eyes off the screen.
Yeah, huh? It's changing like every second now.
Yes. I mean, you don't have to, but...
What were you saying? Or what are you saying? I don't know what I said. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book that I'd... Yeah, this is like mixing up day 2 and day 3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because why is the book already in my bag? I quickly retrieved the book that I'd put into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's.
Yeah.
Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive.
I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want you to. It's just something I'm not very used to.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like starting off. What's the word? Because it skipped over the cookie bit, if that's the case.
Oh, the
Is
chocolate?
that supposed to happen today or like the next day canonically?
I think the chocolate part happens on the second day of reading.
Okay.
So we haven't gotten to the reading yet, so I don't know. I don't think it hasn't skipped it yet.
Just minute changes. No, I meant like the cookie that she
Oh,
out of the season
that
one.
happens I think after the chocolate one.
Okay.
That is, reading in company with someone.
I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything.
Alright.
I open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means about reading in company. It's as if I could feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. It's not a particularly bad thing, maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realize that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead.
Sorry.
I was just bathing in the feeling. What the hell? In the
I read
feeling
blood
of.
on the second line.
You. What did it say?
I read blood on the second line, but I could be wrong.
The feeling of bathing and of. Hold on, let me look. Let me look at stream. In your body heat? Bathing. The feeling of your body heat is what I read. and I don't know what came after that. And I don't know.
You can always go through it when it gets uploaded to VODs.
Yeah. Yuri, you really apologize a lot, don't you?
I do. I don't really mean to.
Excuse me. That was Yuri talking.
Sorry. I mean,
Here, this should work, right? I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them.
I suppose so.
Yuri timidly closes her own copy. Once we each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. It feels like my left arm is in the way, so instead I use my right hand to hold the book open. I guess it makes it kind of difficult to turn the page.
Here. Oh my.
And this is this scene again.
Yeah, nothing looks weird here. Not yet, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book between her thumb and forefinger. I do the same with my right arm and on the right side of the book. That way I turn the page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer than before. It's actually kind of distracting me! Ah! It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face, and she's in the corner of my vision.
Are you ready? To turn the page.
Sorry, I was looking at your boobs. I mean, I think I got a bit distracted by your, for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again, and our eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her.
That's okay. You're not used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer.
Oh, you're slow, aren't you? I think you can step down to your level if you'd like.
You're a little slow, aren't you, kid? I can be patient, I guess. It's probably the least I can do. Since you've been so patient with me.
Yeah. Thanks. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume she finishes the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue reading the chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her side as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey, Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. What the hell?
I didn't recognize you're making that face, Fuss.
Yeah. I don't think she's made that face before. I think this is something new. She looks psychotic.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't relate to this character at all.
Is this an actual book, by the way? I know.
Not. I looked it up.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
What's it called?
It's in my search history somewhere. Eyes of Makarov? Or Eyes of Markov?
Something of Markov. Oh, the history doesn't go back that far, does it?
No, it only goes back to a certain amount of text.
Portrait of Markov.
That's it.
Okay, hold on.
Don't look at the images, it spoils some stuff.
Okay. No. Or is it a real book?
It's not.
According to my sister, it is a real book. Someone on Reddit. I just need a yes or no, come on.
Never trust anything on Reddit.
Everything I see on it is referring to Doki Doki Literature Club, so I don't think it's... I don't think it's real.
No, I don't relate to this character at all.
I bet the character cuts himself or something, and that's why she's upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not.
She didn't. I don't think she denied it this hard earlier, too.
No, she didn't.
Really? I was just thinking about the way she second guesses things. She says, and all that. She's like more relaxed now. Yeah, see? She's talking about something else.
Mm-hmm.
And that
The
didn't.
gore fascination.
Yeah, and that didn't happen the first time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you were talking about. Sorry, I thought you meant something else about her.
Something else? She's psychotic, dude.
Remember, I do remember that part. I thought you were like where she says, "I thought you were mentioning something else." I do think she said that before.
I don't remember that, but it's possible. I don't think it's like that far out there.
Never mind. Oh, we didn't even get that far yet, so I don't know why that came into my head. Ha 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 ha.
That part wasn't so.
Yeah. Yuri, are you feeling alright? Yuri's been a little fidgety ever since we started reading. You can rest if you're feeling sick or something. Oh, is she gonna leave to go do something bad? Your breathing is a little...
My breathing?
Yuri put her hands on her chest as if to feel her heartbeat. Doki doki.
I didn't even notice. Anyway,
Oh my god, she's so not fine.
She's sweating.
anyway, I'm fine. I just need some water.
I'm gonna have Stoutland, because if we follow her out after something happens...
Mm-hmm.
I
I feel like she said that she was gonna make tea right here.
That was on a different day, and we were gonna go out with her to go get the water.
Oh, that's right.
Alright, don't push yourself. Trigger finger ready. Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. I bet this is coming on sooner because she has more responsibility now being vice president.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she wasn't vice president before, and so she didn't take as much responsibility. And earlier she'd made a line that she didn't make in the first one, which was that she wanted to make the newcomer more comfortable and stuff and do things for the club.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't happen before, so... Yuri stands up and practically rushes out of the classroom. What on earth was that about? Monica's gonna interject. Yeah.
Lord, did something happen just now?
You tell me. Eh? I have no idea. Yuri was acting a little strange, I guess.
So you don't know anything?
And you know everything. Sorry, I can't say I do. Are you worried about her?
No, not really. I was just making sure that you didn't do anything to her.
What did you do to her, bro? No, nothing. I swear. I'm a nice guy.
Nice guys always finish last.
Nice guys always finish last.
Don't worry. I believe you, silly.
Of course you do, cause you know what you did.
Yuri just does this sometimes, so it's nothing alarming.
Alright, if you say so, and once again we're clueless.
Anyway, why don't you start with sharing our poems with each other?
Eh? Shouldn't we wait for Yuri?
Well, she might be a while. So I just figured we get started without her.
I wonder if, because we are clearly going after Yuri, that's why she's the one who left here.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna say if we went after Natsuki, if things would have gone a little differently.
If Natsuki would have left here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I was just asking. I stand up. I make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it into my bag. Once again, get a bookmark.
Mm-hmm. Natsuki, I guess.
I guess so. I told Natsuki I was interested in her poems yesterday, It's probably only fair if I shared mine with her first. ... Huh? Oh, it's gonna be something weird. What the fuck was that?
Whoa, hello. Her eyes just popped out of her head. Not like cartoon.
Not like
eyes.
cartoonish at all.
They just like jumped out with blood splatter. That was disgusting.
That was horrible. And I didn't even know that was coming. And also, I couldn't even look back on stream because it's too caught up now. It's like I had to stop it because I accidentally turned my phone off.
Mhm.
And
That
so,
stuff really bad right there.
yeah.
My feet are freezing. I don't know if that's anything, but oh god. Oh, I feel sick.
Oh, that wasn't good at all. And I can't even look at Twitch because it's not as behind as it was before. When I restarted it, it's like almost instant now.
Jake left without saying anything.
Yeah, he left a while ago.
Luna,
Jesus, I don't.
if you're not gonna take this club seriously, then go home.
What? Harsh.
Well, what did you expect me to say? But what did you expect me to believe? That you actually put effort into this? Do you think I'm stupid?
I'm not a writer.
Maybe
Maybe it's not very good, but yeah, I put in effort. We all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, I'd like to read it.
Her. Oh, that rabbit.
Painful to think about, bitch? I mean...
Her. God, I hate that guy so much. I wish he wasn't here. Oh, but he is a little good looking. Oh, goddamn.
I'm watching her intently.
Yeah, same. I'm like so scared of what's gonna happen
I
next.
don't
'Cause
remember her ribbons being this undone.
yeah, actually, you're right, I think.
Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I'll tell you what to improve, but you're better off just trying again.
Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess.
Anyway, I guess I gotta share mine now. Knowing you, you'd probably think it's stupid.
It's the same one as before.
Same one.
Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try. But that's about it. She's not wrong when she says it is clever.
No, it is clever.
It is.
I think we bashed on it a lot more at the beginning.
Yeah.
But reading it again, it's not that bad. I stand by what I said. It's kind of like a Shel Silverstein sort of thing, where it's like, it's just kind of goofy, silly.
Kind of
without a
goofy.
meaning.
Kind of goofy, silly.
Yeah. Well, I told you weren't gonna like it.
I like it.
What? Just be honest.
I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it?
Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously.
But isn't that the point of poems? For people to express themselves? Your writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid.
Yes, exactly. I like it when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem, seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it.
Yeah, I understand.
But the other nice thing about simple writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up a rhyme at the end, but then made it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line.
So you did. I guess more went into it than I realized.
That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. Didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you?
Yeah, I guess not.
Age doesn't really matter that much when you're all the same age.
Yep. I decided to humor her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Oh, who to pick next? It's a toughie.
Hi, Lola. Having good time so far?
I'm actually having a miserable time. Where the hell is Yuri? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do better, I'm always listening.
This line as well. We mentioned it the first time, but I'm always listening.
Don't be afraid to bring things up, okay?
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, I'll be afraid to bring things up. Wait, what?
You were afraid last time.
Oh yeah, it was the same line. Never mind. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. You know what else? Monica hasn't done any weird glitchy things, I don't think, except for that first
No,
time when
she hasn't.
except that first time when she replaced Sayori. But other than that,
I don't think she's going to do anything like that because she's the puppet master.
yeah, I don't think so either. She's not the one that needs fixing, quote unquote.
Anyway, want to share your poem with me?
It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to.
Don't worry, Luna. We'll always want berries today, you know? 'Cause it's that sort of berry that we all learn to get past soon.
Yeah, that's true. True! She's me. I mean, I'm me. Uh-oh. I hand Monica my poem.
Mm-hmm.
Great job, Luna. I was going, ooh, in my mind when I was writing it. It's really metaphorical.
Yes, it is. I'm a smart guy. I didn't get it off Google.
I'm not sure why, but I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I understand. I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations
Oh,
low.
that's me.
Oh, shit.
It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort.
That's not very fair.
What the hell?
Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know that Yuri likes this kind of writing, right?
No, I didn't, but where is she? And so, can I show her?
Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism.
I feel like something's gonna happen.
Sometimes I feel like Yuri's mind is just a thought totally detached from reality. I don't mean that like it's a bad thing though. But sometimes I get the impression that she's just totally given up on people.
I don't think she said specifically that.
Yeah.
She spends so much time in her own head that it's probably a much more interesting place for her.
I don't think she said specifically this.
I don't. This feels new.
This doesn't sound like what she like. It doesn't sound that far off.
It sounds similar,
She's
but
being a little more direct about it.
yeah.
But that's why she gets so happy when you treat her with a lot of kindness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's used to being indulged like that. She must really starve for social interaction. So don't blame her for coming on a little strongly,
I don't think any of this happened.
like earlier.
Oh, we're getting specific.
I think if she gets too stimulated, she ends up withdrawing and looking for alone time.
This is all new. Yeah, for sure.
I
Oh.
think it's because like because I think the reading of the book actually happened the day after she gave it to you.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, but
I think so. I think so too. So I think this is like showing that it's her trying to take on more responsibility earlier, since now she's the vice president, which is too much for her.
and it's weird because like it sounds like your character's a lot more comfortable with acting quicker. And it might just be because they're trying to rush the story a little bit more, but I don't know.
I don't know. Suddenly the door opens and I'm trigger finger ready. I'm afraid.
Yo,
I'm back.
I'm so scared right now.
Did I miss anything?
not really. Wink. Well, we all started sharing our poems with each other.
Already? I'm sorry for being late.
No need to apologize. We still have plenty of time, so I'm more glad that you took the time you needed. What? I'm more glad that you took all the time you needed.
Alright. Thanks, Monica.
That line
Oh,
reads
Jerry.
that line reads really strangely just knowing what we know.
Mhm.
I suppose I should get my poem now.
I keep my eyes on her.
Yeah, huh. Same.
Anyways, do you want to read my poem now?
Not really.
Don't worry, I'm not very good.
You sound
Just be pretty confident
that's
for
me,
someone
that's
who
me.
claims to not be very good. Oh, that's shit.
You sound pretty confident for someone who claims to not be very good.
Oh, well, that's because I have to sound confident. That doesn't mean I always feel that way, you know.
I see. Well, let's read it then. Glory hole in
We
wall.
read this one on the wall.
We read this
on the list.
one. Did we read this one?
I know that was the name of it.
That was the name of it, but he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings.
It's weird. It's only half of what it was supposed to be.
It's short. Are you saying it's shorter?
It's like a shortened version.
I think. God, I've never been so
I don't
unsure.
Remember this poem? It's the same word, but I don't remember this.
But he wasn't looking at me. Confused, I frantically glanced at my surroundings, but my burned hands can no longer see color. Are there others in this room? Are they talking? Or are they simply poems on flat sheets of
Sounds like it's a
paper?
continuation of the first one, where she went blind. No, it literally is a continuation of her last poem. Okay.
Oh, it starts midway through it. Man, I want to know what the last... I don't remember enough about the last one.
I just remember like that she brings out red, green, and blue.
Yeah.
The light blinding her eyes.
Well, that was one of the later poems, not the very first one.
Mhm.
Are they talking, or are they simply poems on flat sheets of paper? The sound of frantic scrawling playing tricks on my ears. The room begins to crinkle, closing in on me. The air I breathe dissipates before it reaches my lungs. I panic. There must be a way out. It's right here. He's right here. He's right there. Swallowing my fears, I brandish my pen. So she's talking directly to us now about her situation.
I don't like it.
I don't like it. So what do you
So,
think? Oh, sorry.
What do you think?
You're fine.
It's very freeform, if that's what you call it. Sorry, I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback.
It's okay. Yeah, that's the kind of style that's gotten pretty popular nowadays. That is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines.
There was no timing between any of that.
Correct.
Oh. Oh. When performed out loud, it can be really powerful.
What was the inspiration behind this one?
Oh. Well, I'm not sure I know how to put it. I guess you could say that I had some kind of epiphany recently.
Me too.
It's been really influencing my poems a bit.
Yeah, the epiphany that you're in a fucking video game.
An epiphany?
Yeah, something like that. kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone's better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip for today. Sometimes when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. If you try so hard to make it perfect, then you'll never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something down on the paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just make a big dark puddle of ink.
I'm watching her because of that line.
So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today.
I'm just worried about what Yuri's gonna do.
Yeah.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah. Alright, well, Yuri's back, and I'm gonna trigger finger ready. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten.
Exceptional.
What was that?
Did I say that out loud?
Yuri first covers her mouth, but then ends up covering her whole face.
Oh. He's gonna hate me.
Awkward. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri.
That's... I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Ha 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 ha.
Yuri takes a breath.
So, what kind of writing experience do you have?
I looked it up on Google.
Looked what up? The first poem?
Yeah, the poem.
How'd it go?
Oh no, just that's your answer.
What's my answer?
She said, so what writing experience do you have? And that's all you replied with.
Oh, okay. I thought you actually looked something up.
No.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Your use of imagery and metaphors indicates that you've written a lot of poetry before.
Really? Wow, that's a huge compliment coming from you. This is actually my first time, really.
Huh?
Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. ...
Well, I know that. I just mean,
Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her fingers along the words in the poem as if breaking it down more thoroughly.
Yeah, okay. This is the reason I was able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through that myself, I kinda learned to pick up on them. I think the most noticeable thing I recognize in new writers is the way they try and make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form-fit the two together. The end result is both the style and the expressiveness are weakened.
Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's as if her demeanor totally changes. Her stammering is completely gone, and she sounds like an expert. I didn't notice this the first time either, but he totally doesn't listen to her, what she's saying at all, and just like listens to how she's saying it. Yeah, he's noticing like the way she's talking, but not actually the advice that she's giving him.
Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes with practice, and learning by example and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little biased though.
Biased? How?
Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologizing to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now?
Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind it.
I feel like this one's gonna be all fricked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yuri smiles dreamily, as if that's a rare opportunity for her. Which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? I think, no, this is the same one.
Ghost Under the Light's the same name. Yeah, Tendrils, it's the same.
Oh, but this... Actually, yeah, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say
I don't
something.
remember eye flicker back being a part of it.
What happened?
I don't remember the eye flicker back part.
No, that was there. I was gonna say something about what day this happened on, but I think I would be wrong if I said that, so I'm gonna leave it as
This
is.
is the second day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I have such terrible handwriting.
What?
People with the best handwriting that say that.
Yep, and it's always Holden who says that the last time she said that. Yep.
Yes.
Yes'm. What? I wasn't thinking that at all.
But it took you a long time to read.
That's because I can't read.
That's because I can't read. I'm pretending for your sake. I don't know how long it takes to read things. Well, I just don't read script very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. This is gonna set her over the edge.
Eh? That's a relief.
Also, I liked the poem. Even though it's short, it's really descriptive.
It wasn't too short. I usually write longer poems.
Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't have been able to read it if it was any longer.
Yeah, to be honest, I would have waited there a lot longer if it was any longer than that. I really don't know how long it should take to read things. Not at all.
I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest, since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest for little baby reader, I suppose.
Are you into ghosts, Yuri?
Her. Actually, the story isn't about a ghost at all, Luna, you dumbass.
Really? I must have totally missed the point.
You really did.
Yep. Like with everything in this game.
Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember that poets often express their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences in their work. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolically compared to a ghost, lingering in her past, in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing.
That's foreshadowing.
Uh-huh.
Trying to hold on to the characters as they're killed off one by one.
That's foreshadowing to Monica, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot more solemn, putting it that way. I hadn't even thought about that. I don't think that often. That's impressive.
It's nothing really. Yours was impressive too, so.
Nah. If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you.
You think so?
Yeah, of course.
You know, I was really nervous about doing all this, but in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna keep doing my best for you, Luna.
Me too. For you. I thought she never stopped talking. God damn, she could go on and on. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. Feels like something is missing. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they're being nice, there's no way my poems can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Monica is writing something in her notebook. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. Oh, this is where the fight happens.
Mm-hmm.
As they read in
No
tandem.
boob.
Huh?
That's JoJo reference.
Oh.
Two girls are like trying to flirt with one of the Joe stars, and they start fighting, and one of them goes, "Yeah, well, at least I'm not an ugly bitch," and she says, "Oh, no boobs, ugly, no boobs, ugly, no boobs," and they just keep yelling at each other until
That's funny.
Jotaro steps in and just says, "Shut up, bitch."
Shut up!
Yeah, just like that.
As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Oh, there was a middle option here for Sayori to break up the fight.
Now we really have to choose.
Yeah. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly.
What's with this language?
I'm doing...
Who?
I can't...
Also, wait, it doesn't even matter because we didn't pick Sayori's to break up the fight last time.
Yeah, but...
Instead of with Yuri.
But now it shouldn't be an option, so I'm expecting some weird glitch thing. Yeah? I don't think I could do the Yosemite voice. I feel like these past few days I've been
Ruining my voice.
Shall I take over and change the voice?
No, I got this. I gotta be chill these next few days. Hold on. Oh, what is with this language?
Did you say something?
Oh, it's nothing.
Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand.
I guess you could say it's fancy.
Thanks. Yours is cute.
Cute? Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? The hell wrong with you?
I know that. I just meant, the language, I guess. I was just trying to say something nice.
Huh? You mean you have to try that hard to come up with something nice to say? Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all.
Well, I do have a couple of
I'm doing like a southern accent for her.
Well, I do have a couple of suggestions.
Humph. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked it. Which people did, by the way. Monica liked it, and Luna did
You
too.
want to take Natsuki's side this time?
What's up?
Want to take Natsuki's side this time?
I think we're gonna get to her on the third one.
Alright.
I think we gotta push through it.
And Luna did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all,
Excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon, unless of course I come across something particularly inspiring. Which I haven't yet. Oh, bitch.
Mr. Squidward, what are you laughing at?
Oh, I think he says it to Patrick actually. Because he's like,
Yeah, he says it to Patrick.
What are you laughing?
no, that's
no,
not
he
right.
says- no, Patrick says that to SpongeBob.
No, because someone says it. I think it's Mr. Krabs that says it to Patrick.
What are you laughing at, you fat fuck?
You broke motherfucker.
And then,
And Luna liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it.
Natsuki suddenly stands up.
oh, I didn't realize you were so.
What is wrong with me?
I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri.
That spring noise is so silly.
I don't think that she's gonna make the boob comment this time.
Why?
Because it wouldn't make sense. Yuri, and neither Yuri or, what's her name?
Oh, because
Natsuki knew that you were coming.
Sayori said something last time, didn't she?
Yeah, she told them beforehand so that Natsuki would make the cupcakes.
Huh.
That's not what I, you're just,
Yuri stands up as well.
maybe you're just jealous that Luna appreciates my advice more than he appreciated yours.
Huh. And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself?
No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy.
Ooh, that rabbit. Arr. Well, you know what? I wasn't the one whose boobs magically grew a size bigger as soon as Luna started showing up.
So this is technically day 2, so that's still possible.
Yeah, maybe they did.
Natsuki.
Monica!
Oh, Natsuki. It's a little.
Okay, you do Squidward.
3, 2, 1.
This doesn't involve you.
Taking out your own insecurities on others like that? You really act as young as you look, Natsuki. What the f-
Ooh, spooky, spooky, spooky.
This is the music! I don't like this. It's getting faster and faster. I really hate this. It's building up to something. I don't know if I should move on or not.
It
It's-
just progressively gets darker.
It's getting grainier. We're hearing like TV static. This is
Yeah, just keep watching. Let's see what happens.
my hands are off it. I'm gonna have an M&M.
Okay, I think it stopped.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, it's done.
The music's still going. It's different though.
Yeah, but it's not zooming in anymore. Like the flash is still happening and stuff, but
Oh, she's in front of the grain.
Me? Look who's talking. You want to be edgy?
Whoa, wait, what?
that's new.
Me? Look who's talking. You want to be edgy, bitch?
I'm gonna be ready. Something's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be Yuri.
Edgy. Sorry, my lifestyle's too much for someone of your mental age to comprehend.
Oh shit.
I spilled water on me.
Retarded.
I farted. See? Just saying that proves my point. Most people learn to get over themselves after they graduate middle school, you know?
Oh, Sayori's not here to break apart the conflict, so keep going.
Oh my god, that's what's happening. You're right. Sayori would have butt in by now, and then it would have been. Oh my god.
If you want to prove anything, then stop harassing others with your sickening attitude. You think you can counterbalance your toxic personality just by dressing and acting cute? The only cute thing about you is how hard you try.
Whoa! Be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri.
God damn, she is. They're not holding back.
Ooh, that's not good.
Be careful or you might cut yourself on that edge, Yuri. Oh, my bad.
You. Holy shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit. I don't like this.
You. Oh my.
You already do, don't you?
I'm so ready right now.
I don't like this.
Did you
Fuck these voices, dude.
just accuse me of cutting myself?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, this is the first time they said that.
What the fuck is wrong with your head?
Yeah, go.
I lost it.
Yeah, go on. Let Luna hear everything you really think. I'm sure he'll be head over heels for you after this.
God damn. Suddenly, Yuri turns toward me as if she just noticed I was standing there. I hate this so much.
Really uncomfortable.
Luna. She's just trying to make me look bad.
Oh, that's not true. She started it. ...
Whoa, whoa.
Shit, fuck. Okay, that's definitely something we're gonna have to go back and read.
when we do VODs.
Oh, I tried to screen record it, but it did a countdown to it, and I just totally passed over it. I was so close to getting it on my phone. Yeah, screen recording saved of nothing. I didn't get any of that.
Damn.
Natsuki, right? I mean, Yuri, god dang.
I guess. Natsuki really did say some fucked up shit right there, though.
Yeah, she really did. She went too far.
Oh, yeah, then pick Yuri. What am I saying?
Oh. Wait, are you seeing this?
What?
It glitched out on Yuri's face. I already clicked
Did you
it.
hover over it?
No, I clicked it already.
Oh,
It's getting closer.
they really want you to pick Natsuki.
What the fuck?
Put up Stoutland right now.
I clicked it.
It's very uncomfortable. Pick it again.
Yeah, hold on. I think it's needing some. Okay, Stoutland's up.
Alright.
Yuri.
It's just getting closer.
Yuri. Oh,
Oh, hello.
Monica. Hi. I didn't see you there.
You don't even get a choice anymore. It says something behind her head.
There's text up. You're right. Except it's behind her big fat melon skull. I'm gonna take Stoutland down real quick so they could see what's happening. And then I'm gonna put him back up because I don't know what's happening next.
Hit that space bar.
Now?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for Stoutland to go back up because I'm frightened. There.
I'm very unsettled. Oh, shit.
Oh, should I take it down? Should I bring...
Yeah, take it down.
I'm gonna... Trigger finger ready.
Click Natsuki. Maybe that'll change it.
I don't know. Monica's in front of the choices and in front of the text. But
Natsuki's on top.
Yeah, Yuri's on bottom. ...
Hey Luna. Why don't we step outside for a bit?
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, also notice how the text goes downwards.
It's on the left.
and
It's not going behind her anymore.
yeah.
After today, we should probably call the stream a night.
Oh yeah, I already plan to. I gotta eat still.
Sorry about that. They really shouldn't have tried to get you involved. It's probably better for us to stay out of this. We'll go back inside once they're done yelling. Some president I am, right?
Yeah, you really screwed the pooch on this one, didn't you?
I can't even comfort my own club members. Oh, confront my own club members properly.
You could still head in there, Monica.
I just wish I was able to be a little more assertive sometime.
Alright, let me at him. I'm a pretty terrible person.
But I never have it in me to put a foot down against others. You understand, right?
Not at all. You killed that other girl just fine.
Anyway,
You aren't talking, which is creepy.
Yeah, I don't get
anyway,
I don't get anything.
if this makes you want to spend less time with us, with the others, then that's fine.
Oh, she orchestrated this. Well, we already
She
knew.
wants you all for herself.
We already
I think
knew
it's
that-
obvious from the beginning.
Yeah, we already knew she orchestrated this, but this is interesting. What I also find interesting is how the light is coming in from those top windows, those big ones, and you could see where it's shining down on the floor, but those little windows don't get anything.
I didn't even notice the tiny windows until you started talking about
I
windows.
just started noticing it right now. I know it was really intense back there, but I figured this is just as important.
Mm-hmm. Architecture's still fucked up. Get the architect to view this game.
Get the architect in here. Something's messed up. There's windows on the floor.
It's so the rats can look outside.
The Winchester Mansion got me like. Have you been there?
Is that the one with the stairs that don't go anywhere?
Yeah, there's this banister. You know how like on some two-story buildings you could like look over like the
Banister?
yeah, you could kind of look over
bottom
the
floor?
edge and see the bottom floor.
Uh-huh.
There's like this little, I don't know how to explain it, but it's this little square hole in the ground, and it's surrounded by like the railing, like how you would see right there, except it's a window right there on the ground.
Weird.
Yeah. Anyways,
I don't want to go there sometime.
it's pretty cool. The lady, or I don't know if it was a lady or a guy. The person who lived there went insane, and they were like, I'm seeing ghosts and stuff. I'm probably schizophrenic, so I'll make doorways that lead to straight outside. Like there's a doorway on the second story that goes outside.
I did know about that one.
And that might not be like surprising to some people, but there's no stairs or anything. It's a vertical drop.
Mm-hmm.
Like in Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
But
Oh.
it was basically the whole house is designed to trick ghosts and spirits and stuff, and so that they can't find them. Anyways,
I'd be happy to spend time with you instead.
oh, I'm so ready to push a button. Suddenly, Natsuki runs out of the classroom. Oh, this is new.
Something happened. Did Natsuki kill her?
I don't know. What the hell?
Oh dear.
Okay, so I'm gonna say my theory.
Which is
Originally, I thought it was once you pursue Yuri long enough, Yuri does her crazy thing, and then Monica would kill Natsuki. That's what I thought originally, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case anymore.
yeah, I was kind of going between that and that if you kept pursuing Yuri, that Yuri
Chase off
would
Monica.
no, that
Yeah,
Yuri would
Natsuki.
die,
Oh,
and that the last option would be Natsuki. But I don't. I mean,
the
I
last option is going to be Monica, no matter what.
well, yeah, but I mean before that, the second to last option.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it looks like they're done.
Oh, she said something too mean to her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Manga, not literature.
manga isn't real literature, dwarf. And then she. Ah,
Kill yourself, midget.
I don't want to read this in the Squidward voice, cause it's gonna be. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
It's gonna be something really shitty.
Yeah.
I didn't mean it.
All right. Trigger finger ready.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Yuri is rocking back and forth in her desk with her palms on her forehead. Yuri?
I didn't mean it.
I believe you. I have no idea what Yuri might have said to Natsuki, or did.
Luna. Please don't hate me. Please. I'm not like this. There's something wrong with me today.
It's fine, Yuri. We know you didn't mean it. Besides, I'm sure Natsuki will forgive you by tomorrow. Or forget all about it by tomorrow.
Oh my god, Natsuki is not making it through the night.
No, she's not.
There's no way. Oh my god, look in the background. Look at that picture on the wall.
I
Look,
was gonna say that's fucking disgusting. That unsettled me because I thought it was like just a guy, but no, that's
no, that's
fucking-
Sayori.
Yeah, can we show that? Is it kind of distorted enough so it doesn't matter?
Should I? I'm gonna
Yeah, put up Stoutland just in case.
I'm gonna put up
because-
Stoutland. I don't know how long that's been there, but I'm gonna find another picture to put right there.
Yeah, or just makes just another one that's like smaller.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Well, I put up Stoutland in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Yeah, put up Flaffy.
oh,
Oh,
I
that's-
forgot you could see this. Yeah,
Put
I
Appleton. Put up Appleton. I like him.
the name was different. It was supposed to be Flaffy. Oh, that doesn't cover that at all.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Okay, I was not ready for that.
Oh, so edgy because I can see it still. Oh,
Yeah, me and you could see it, but it's on. Let me make sure it looks fine on here.
the stream's covering it up. Oh,
Yeah, the stream looks good, but Jesus, oh my God.
I don't like this.
Completely.
Dot, dot, dot.
Anyway, the meeting is over, so you can go home now if you want.
Mm-hmm. Yuri looks at me like she wanted to say something, but she keeps glancing at Monica. She's
Monica make-
she
Monica
knows.
told her not to say anything.
Yeah, she knows she's not safe in this setting. Oh,
Wow.
oh. This is
Something's happening.
yeah.
You can go first, Monica.
But also earlier, Monica said that she's always listening. You know, she's like, if you have any suggestions for the club, I'm always
She's
listening.
I
Always
think
listening.
Monica knows it.
Always listening.
I think Yuri knows it.
I think that too, but I also think that even if Monica leaves right now, she's gonna know.
Mm-hmm.
You can go first, Monica. I'd like to stay a little bit longer.
There's no
I'm the
music.
president, so I should be the last one out. That picture is just fucking with me.
It is, but also I just realized how eerie this is because we've been talking, but it was silent for a second there, and there's no music at all, and it took me a second to realize that. I
got a pit in my stomach. I don't like it.
I was a little distracted after what we found, but now it's like it's way worse. It's way worse after knowing that and knowing there's no music and it's building up to something.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait for you to be done. ...
Well, I'm vice president, so please let me take the responsibility today.
It kind of sounds like you don't want me around for something, Yuri.
It's not that. It's not that. I didn't get that much of a chance to discuss my book with Luna. It would just be embarrassing with you listening.
It's weird. The side's written differently than it would be usually.
Oh, there's stars.
Not only
Or
that,
it's
in
italics.
quotations.
Oh, you're right. Like, oh, like she says sigh.
That's weird.
That's okay.
Sigh.
I didn't pick up on that. That was good. Good catch.
I guess I don't really have a choice, do I?
I'm sorry for causing trouble.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
shit. Ooh. Ooh.
I need to look at that on my phone. Hold on.
She didn't even get to finish anything.
Oh my god. Yeah, you're right though. So you want to do this and call it a night?
Yeah, save it right now.
Jesus.
Whirlwind.
Universe.
Yeah. Agonizing.
Contamination. What the hell?
Whatever the fuck that is.
Ooh,
Ooh, don't like.
I regret my decision.
Doki doki.
Yeah. Oh, it's bouncing.
Frightening. Melancholy. Hurt. Misfortune.
It bounces sometimes and it's not controlled by what we pick. That scared me.
Uncanny.
That's what this is. Vitality.
Yeah.
I hate this.
Determination.
I
Incongruent.
I wish I picked something else. I hate this. Bro, I thought that said Flaffy right now and I was about to yell.
Is the Flaffy off the or Appleton off the screen?
No, he's still there, but he's not in the way. He's just kind of chilling.
Yeah, incongruent. Scars.
Oh.
Effulgent.
Infinite.
Together. Yeah, infinite. Death.
After image. Starscape. Extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
I have Appleton or Stoutland at the ready.
Yep.
Oh, hey, it's gone, but it's
Oh, it's
That's weird, I
normal.
think- Oh.
The picture's gone. It's a map.
Do you want to just keep going until we're fucking done here?
We could do that. I'd like to get some food if we're gonna keep going.
Yeah, let's get some food because I'm starving.
Okay. I'm gonna... Let me see if I could find something to put up. I really wanted to find or to make something to be like, be right back, but I never made anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
After that, it's kind of hard to not continue.
Yeah, huh? Add source image, I guess. Let me find something. Sure, whatever. Oh, you got to look at my files with me, Holton.
Fun.
Oh, there, it's finally popping up. Oh no. Oh no. Clicked it too many times. Oh, where is this? That's weird.
Put up a cursed image of a toilet.
I don't think I have those anymore. Oh no, that's not right.
Those are the profile pictures.
I could put up a thumbnail.
Put up the Friday Night Funkin' one.
No, I got rid of that one earlier. I was cleaning out my
Yeah.
thing. Oh my god. Oh my god, I messed up. I got rid of too much. I have this. Don't look at these. Don't look at these. Close your eyes.
Cats.
No.
Cursed cats.
Maybe. Don't look.
Video.
Don't look.
Oh, I'm not looking. I just noticed it for a second.
Uh. God, just pick one. Just pick one. Just pick one. Okay, you could look at this one.
Yeah, it's like the only one I actually saw, so it's good.
I'm gonna put this right here. I'll make it cover the entire screen. Forget about it. BRB.
Alright.
Okay. We'll be back with food.
RH.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, you're back. Good.
Yeah.
You got here before me then. How's it going?
It's going good. A friend just texted me what I'm doing, and I'm telling him that we're streaming a Doki Doki.
Nice. I'm back and I got 2 full-on burritos over here.
Nice, nice.
Because that's what my family had for dinner. Meanwhile, I was in here. Are you ready for this? I don't know if I'm ready for this.
Hang on.
Okay.
I'm just worried about what happens to what's her face.
Natsuki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no clue what's coming. Let's do this.
I want to say this before we start it. I think I remember something about her having a bad relationship with her dad. I don't want to...
Oh, I didn't know anything about that, so...
I think... Well... I don't know
Is
if...
that what it was when Matt Pat played it?
I don't remember. I don't know if I'm making this up or if it actually happened, but I think she gets, like, beat or something. So...
We'll see.
That's what's been on my mind here, but I haven't said anything yet because I don't know if I'm making that up or not.
We'll find out.
Another day passes and it's time for a club
What
meeting.
if that's what you said? Like, at least my dad doesn't fucking hit me. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
that's what I'm thinking happened. Like, at least I don't get beat by my dad or something. Oh, should I take Appleton down?
Yeah, take Appleton down.
I just looked down and he was still there. I guess I don't know what happened when I named him, but I guess he's... Oh, I didn't name it that. It's because I had replaced the Flaffy image with that, but it was named that in OBS.
Oh.
Oh.
Let's do this.
Another day passes and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little more comfortable here over the past couple days, even though it's only day 3. I'm so worried about this. Entering the club room, the usual scene greets me. Welcome back, Luna. Hi, Yuri. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's Yuri's expression, but the weight of yesterday's quarrel still hangs in the air a little. Yuri glances over her shoulder, looking around the room. Natsuki is reading manga at a desk. She's not gone yet. And surprisingly, Monica isn't here yet.
Okay, good.
Oh! Something's happening. Suddenly, Yuri takes my arm and pulls me to the corner of the room.
You're not safe here.
About yesterday.
This is a new background.
Yeah, this is in the closet.
I really need to apologize. Nothing like that's ever happened before, and something just came over me, I guess. I wasn't acting mentally sound. Please don't think we're usually like this. Not just me, but Natsuki as well.
Yuri, I'm happy that you were considerate and apologized. You don't have to worry too much. Even though I've only been here a couple of days, I could tell something was off yesterday. Maybe we're just a little extra sensitive because it was our first time sharing poems. You know what I just realized?
What?
Or not just realized, but like I'm making a connection now, which is that they had specifically mentioned that on the day that Sayori left early, that she was the one who kind of calms things down. And I know we talked about that, but it just like it I don't know.
It really did escalate more and more.
Yeah,
to a really bad extent.
that specific conversation just came to my head. And yeah, it really did just keep escalating like that. But whatever it was, it didn't make me think any less of you. I already decided that there's no way you could be a bad person.
I already decided that I'm going after you no matter what the consequences are.
Basically. That's basically what this run is, and it feels awful. But I've committed. I have to do this now, even if it hurts a lot. That's how committed I am. Ladies, I'm a good person, really. And now that you're apologizing, I know you really didn't mean it. I'm so ready to hit Stoutland.
Luna, don't say those kinds of things so frankly. They make me a little too happy.
It's her heartbeat. I think it's, well, I've never felt that need, but I'm sure.
To cut down blood pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. I think that's what it is. That makes me feel
a little too happy. I'm really glad that you're such an understanding person. And I'm really glad that you joined this club. Everything is a little bit brighter with you around, and
I'm sure Monica walks in and ruins this moment. Oh no.
Sorry, what am I saying right now?
Hey, have you guys seen Monica?
Why did you come from the right? That's like very uncomfortable for you to do, Natsuki.
Yeah. Like, and they had the choice too. Maybe Monica shows up on the left.
Probably.
No, I haven't. I was also kind of wondering where she was.
Man! Yuri, I'm guessing you haven't either.
Yuri is clearly taken back by how calmly Natsuki is addressing her.
No, I haven't.
Jesus, this isn't like her at all. I know it's stupid, but I can't help but worry a little bit. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Natsuki, about yesterday, I just wanted to apologize. I promise I didn't mean any of the things I said, and I'll do my best to stay under control from now on. So...
Yuri, what the heck are you talking about?
She doesn't remember.
She doesn't remember. Monica wiped her.
Oh, I don't like that.
Did you do something yesterday?
But Yuri still knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking around. I know what happened. Yeah, sly
I'm
dog.
just fucking around. That hurt me a lot yesterday.
That actually hurt my feelings a lot. I'm not very in touch with my emotions. Jesus. Whatever's on your mind, I'm sure it was nothing.
Oh, well, this one stayed. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I should have been reading it faster anyways, but it did stay.
I don't even remember anything bad happening. You're the kind of person who worries too much about the little things, aren't you?
But...
I'll accept your apology anyway, if it helps you feel better about it. Besides, it's kinda nice to hear, since I was always afraid you secretly hated me or something like that.
No, not at all. I don't hate you.
Even when she's smiling, she has a little fang.
Yeah, huh? So here's my thing. It's either that was like so traumatizing that her mind is just like blocking it out,
Or Monica did something.
or Monica did something. I'm gonna take a bite of this burrito.
I'm dying. Oh god. This is the end. Tell my wife she's a bitch.
I don't. Jesus.
I don't hate you.
I'm doing like the southern accent still.
I don't hate you.
Well, you're kind of weird, but I don't hate you neither.
Natsuki turns to me.
You're still on trial, though.
Hey, what the fuck? Suddenly the door swings open. Oh, see, there she is.
Sorry, I'm super sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I didn't mean to be late. I hope you guys weren't worried or anything.
No. Well, Natsuki was.
I was not. What took you so long anyway?
Well, my last period today was study hall.
Oh, that's.
She used that-
I forgot
she used
about
that
this.
excuse.
What happened?
She used that excuse before in the first playthrough.
I was about to say she was playing piano.
be honest, I kinda just lost track of time.
That makes no sense, though. You would have heard the bell ring, at least.
I must not have heard it since I was practicing piano.
Piano. I wasn't aware you.
Clarinet.
I wasn't aware you played music as well, Monica. Maybe you'd like to double up with my clarinet.
Don't give me more credit than I deserve. I guess I've been practicing for a while, but I'm still not really good yet.
See, she's been practicing for a while now.
The last time. Yeah. It's like Groundhog Day.
Mm-hmm. I don't like that movie all that much.
I never saw it.
It's good, and there is an actual piano bit where he like teaches himself to become a grandmaster at piano over like the thousands of years that he's trapped. But
Yeah, that's what I heard about it.
anyways,
Still, that must require a lot of dedication.
It does, because I stopped playing piano like 3 weeks ago. And I'll get back to it eventually. I just need more time.
So I'm still impressed.
Oh, well, thank you, Yuri.
You should play something for us sometime. Some show tunes, hell yeah. Oh yeah.
That's...
Monica looks at me.
Well, I'm working on writing a song, but it's not quite done yet.
see, writing a song. This is new.
It's for me.
I know it.
Maybe that's in the songs. Like, you know how you can access songs.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's in there.
Oh, I'm sure that'll be at the end. It'll be piano playing, like when it's her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe once I get a little better, I will.
That sounds cool. I look forward to it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Luna.
Monica smiles sweetly. She farts the other two and out the window. Ah. God dang. I didn't mean any pressure or anything like that.
Don't worry. I was hoping that I could share it with you anyways. I guess that's why I've been practicing so much recently.
I see. I'm not sure if Monica was referring to the whole club or just me.
Just you.
In that case, best of luck.
Thank you. So I didn't miss anything, did I?
Not really. Bro, my throat right now. I don't know what happened, but it's like acidic. I think I have something going on.
Acid reflux.
Yes, that's what it's called. I'm gonna push it down with a burrito.
Natsuki ran off into the closet. What's she doing in there? Finding manga?
Yeah, you take over. Oh shit.
Luna. Since your compliments put me in a good mood, I was wondering if you would like to spend some time together today. I mean, in the club.
She was at the club
Bottoms up.
when I first met you. Couldn't get enough.
Had to take you straight to my bedroom.
I miss that man. I miss him.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry. I plans on it anyway.
Okay.
You want to take it back over, or should I just keep doing
Bro, my throat is killing me right now.
Yuri? We'll do Yuri then.
Yeah.
Can we start now? Let's find a place to sit. I'm being a little forceful, aren't I? I'm sorry. My heart, it just won't stop pounding for some reason.
Oh, that's worrying. Don't worry about it. If anything, it's nice to see you have so much energy.
Alright, now that it's kind of cooled down, do you want to like save it now and then come back to this later?
Do you want to come back Thursday or Friday? Or
Yeah, Thursday or Friday sounds good.
Okay, that's good.
I'll just read through the history real quick and then go on from there.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we did save during the text thing, so I wonder what would have happened if we didn't click on that
That's true.
first text. We'll figure that out later.
Yeah. Anyways, are we about through here? I would have gone on more.
I would have too, but your voice is killing you, so
It is killing me.
we should save that for another time. Get you a lozenge.
Good. Yeah. Give me some cough drops, please.
Mm.
But I think we are gonna leave it there until a time where I could speak better. But thank you all for sticking with us. I've been loving this game a lot.
Me too.
Not so much what it does to my voice.
Not so much what it does to my heart.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. But it has been such a blast. And, so many lows, so many low lows. But yes, we will continue this on Thursday or Friday, ideally, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to be continuing the Minecraft One Chunk Challenge, which has been a lot of fun in itself, and that's something I've been wanting to do. Actually, we should probably do this on Thursday, because I plan on doing that on Friday, too.
Alright.
Just...
I don't think I'm doing anything Thursday. I might be working 9 to 5 for my job, but I don't even know if they'll still be doing teardown by then, so we'll
yeah.
see.
Working 9 to 5. Well, I guess we'll have to see when Thursday comes. But like I was saying, thank you guys for watching. It's been a pleasure. I hope you guys have a beautiful rest of your night, and I will see you tomorrow with Minecraft. Have a beautiful night.